The journey with cancer has shown me that this is so much bigger than me. It's so much bigger than what we endure as we're going through it. And so I'm just thankful and I'm honored to be able to stand before you right now. And I ask that we all bow our heads and we go into prayer. Father God in heaven, we just come to you right now humbly. We come to you with open minds and open hearts. And we just want to, first of all, just give you all the honor and the praise because you are so deserving of it. We are so thankful for your new grace and mercy that you bestow upon us each and every day. Also, the blessings that you give to us, even at times that we are not deserving. We're thankful for everyone in this room, for us to be able to come together as one and to be able to give the recognition to colon cancer awareness and the importance of people to know to get the opportunity to get tested. And for those of us who are going through this journey, to not only be treated, but to be cured. I'm thankful for all of us that are going through this journey right now, and we are considered cancer survivors. But I say through the Lord Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, we are cancer warriors, because every single day we battle as we go through this journey. We battle sometimes just to even get out of bed in the morning. We battle at times to be able to go to chemotherapy and go to radiation and knowing what the side effects are going to be when we get done with this treatment. We battle with the mental and emotional distress that we think about. How long are we going to still be here to be with our family members? How long are we going to still be here to be with our friends? We battle every single day to be strong and to put a smile on our face for our family members and for our friends and for our loved ones so they can feel safe and they can feel secure that we continue to this battle. And right now, I just ask that, Father, you continue to give us not only your strength and your power, but you also continue to give us hope. Hope that we will be able to endure and be able to see the next day, because we understand that tomorrow is not promised and that we should live in the moment. And Father God, we also pray for our loved ones who are also going through this journey with us. There's times that they don't know how to support us. There's times where they just want to take away the pain and frustration and the suffering that we're going through. And Father God, I ask that you give them peace and understanding, knowing that at times their presence is enough to help us get through our day-to-day. And right now we come to you so humbly, and we ask all of these prayers and requests in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And God's people said amen, and amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Clay Flores, I just want to note for the record, I'm wearing your purple pin for colon cancer awareness.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, we'll go to item 3. Got a little reverb. Turn it down a little bit. Request of Commissioners Court to identify items from the consent agenda for additional discussion to approving consent agenda items. Kate, I believe there are some items to pull, and I believe there are a couple items that need amendments. So would you please note that for the record?
Yes, sir. Item 23 under Public Works is being pulled from the agenda.
23 is pulled.
And items number 25 and 26 under DA's heading, those need a few amendments.
Is that's a DA item? Are the DAs here?
Correct, I think.
Can y'all come
Janice is
forward so that we can just make sure we get the correct, I understand we're just correcting the amount that the county is going to pay. So Kate or Jamisa, do you want to put that on the record? Let's amend item number 25.
Good morning. Under item number 25, the overhead cost to be paid by the county is $4,829.
$4,829?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And under number 26, the overhead cost to be paid by the county is $3,754.
Do we need a motion on that? Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Rodriguez? Second. Second by Commissioner Clay Flores on the amendments of 25 to the amount $4,829. Item 26, $3,754. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, is there items to pull, Commissioner Clay Flores, for individual?
No items to pull on individual.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
I'm good, Judge.
Commissioner Moody, who I believe is participating by Zoom.
Yes, Judge. A few items. Item 33,
33,
34,
34,
40, 42,
okay, hold on, 40, 42, okay,
and item 5.
what was the last one?
55.
55, okay. All right, motion by Commissioner Calvary, second by Commissioner Rodriguez on the balance of the consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Let's go ceremonial, if we will. We'll come back to the individual. Please note the amendments on items 25 and 26 as amended and approved by motion. All right. Okay, we're going to we'll come back to the individual items, but on 4A, presentation of service pin, recognizing employees for 25 plus years of service. We have Maria Linda Miranda from the Sheriff's Office, 25 years. Would you come forward with your family, your friends, your colleagues, your chief? Hello, Chief Sanford, how are you?
Good morning.
All right.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
And honorable members of the Commissioners Court. My name is Nancy Sanford. I'm the Deputy Chief over the Criminal Investigation Division, along with Linda Miranda, and our SVU, Special Victim Unit investigators are all here also. If I can just for a moment read Linda's bio. Today, we gather to recognize and celebrate the remarkable career of Maria Herlinda Miranda, known to many of us as Linda Miranda, as she retires after 25 years of dedicated service with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. Linda began her career with the Sheriff's Office on October 16, 2000, as a crime victim liaison. She officially retired on February 28, 2026. Linda earned a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice in 1984 from Texas State University. Throughout her time with the Sheriff's Office, Linda was actively involved in numerous initiatives that strengthened victim advocacy and community awareness. She served on the Victims Advocacy Council, led the Tree of Angels events for several years, and partnered with the District Attorney's Office during National Crime Victim Rights Week. She also worked with Family Violence Prevention Services as part of the DART Death Analysis Review Team, and helped launch Bexar County's community awareness efforts for National Domestic Violence Awareness Month each October. During her career, Linda supported victims in countless cases, including homicides, tragic traffic accidents, domestic violence, and sexual assaults. She worked tirelessly to ensure victims and families received critical resources such as financial assistance, housing support, food vouchers, cameras, and even funeral arrangements when families had nowhere else to turn. She also stood beside members of the Sheriff's Office family during times of crisis, assisting the families of deputies, including Joseph Canales, Mike Gonzalez, and Martin Moreno. Linda is supported by her loving family, including her husband, Alfredo Abrego, and her daughter, Victoria Garcia. Linda, on behalf of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office and the County of Bexar, thank you for your 25 years of service, commitment, and compassion. Congratulations on your retirement, and we wish you all the best in the next chapters of your life.
I would first like to say thank you, Judge Sakai, because if it wasn't for you being to have be detailed, then I wouldn't be the work. Yes, we
Child
do.
Protective Services, back to
Yes,
Children's
we do.
Court. You were a CPS caseworker.
Yes, and so I
And
knew.
I was pretty tough on you one night.
Yes.
I was. And you've done well, Linda.
Yes,
You've done
you
very
were.
well.
But that made me the worker that I was, and to be detailed and to share the knowledge and to let the investigators that I work with, don't leave anything, always put. So that's thanks to you. And I appreciate during the Tree of Angels, I know I always contacted you to participate in different events that I was a part of, and you always participated. So thank you for that. And I really want to thank my Blue family. Even though I'm a civilian, I definitely feel like I was part of the Blue family, and I appreciate everything that they did for me and supported me and realized that I was there to be able to help them as well. And then definitely my family.
Is your family here?
My husband is.
Get them up here. Bring them up. No, come on. Get recognized. Come on. Here we go.
How he was definitely supportive through all these years, working CPS and then working with the Sheriff's Office as well. And then also I have the Luantu, who actually was one of the ones that interviewed me when I first started. And then Linda Silva, who is from CPS. And then Roxanne Mata, who used to be I met through DPS. So during my tenure, I definitely was able to network to be able to help people.
Well, Linda, I hope you're not done, so think about the next path you're going to go on.
So
All right. Would you come forward, accept your 25-year pin, and everybody come forward. Everybody who's involved, come forward, take a picture.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right.
How you doing, sir?
Give her another round of applause. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. All right. You know, that was a long time ago when she was a caseworker. That was a long time ago. Woo! Presentation and proclamation on behalf of Commissioner Court recognizing April 6th to April 12th, 2026 as National Public Health Week in Bexar County. I'll take that. For all those on the Public Health Week, come forward as I read out your proclamation. Whereas National Public Health Week, NPHW, commemorates the National Week of Community Activities to celebrate the importance of public health, provides the opportunity to recognize the collective efforts that strengthen community health, and whereas the American Public Health Association designated April 6th through April 12th of 2026 as National Public Health Week, and whereas Bexar County Commissioners Court created the Bexar County Public Health Department in 2022 to facilitate the science and practice of protecting and improving the health of people living in Bexar County and beyond, and whereas the Bexar County Public Health Department consists of 4 divisions: preventive health, behavioral health, Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension, and animal care. The department prioritizes community partners, academic institutions, and public health institutions. And whereas Bexar County Public Health Partners play a vital role in addressing social determinants of health, advancing trauma-informed and culturally responsive approaches, and expanding access to services that support physical, mental, and emotional well-being. And whereas Bexar County will commence National Public Health Week with the Public Health Summit co-hosted with the Kate Marmion School of Public Health, part of UT San Antonio, and partnering with UT San Antonio College of Health, Community, and Policy, UT Health San Antonio, Family and Community Medicine, Methodist Health Ministries, City of San Antonio Metro Health, San Antonio Vascular Endovascular Clinic, Texas A&M University San Antonio, Community Health, University Health, UT Health San Antonio Center for Medical Health and Fitness Ethics, and UT Health Houston, San Antonio Regional Campus, where Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai will issue the welcome address. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bexar County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes and proclaims April 6th through 12th, 2026 as National Public Health Week in Bexar County, signed by the members of the court. Dr. G.
Thank you, Judge. For the record, I am Dr. Andrea Guerrero, Director of the Department of Public Health for Bexar County, and I'm really honored to be joined by many of my colleagues behind me here who work in public health across Bexar County. Today's proclamation in recognition of National Public Health Week is a celebration of community, partnerships, programs, collaboration, and policy development to protect and promote wellness for all people of Bexar County. Our collective experience during the COVID-19 pandemic illuminated vital work as epidemiologists and infectious disease experts and public health nurses and community health workers work to identify the virus, treat disease, and prevent transmission through simple preventative measures like hand washing and masking. And finally, through population-level immunization. Public health was very visible during that time. We could see it in action. But some of the most important public health interventions can go unnoticed in our daily lives. Public health protects safe drinking water, provides green spaces for physical activity and community gathering. It is the production and protection of our food. Public health is about providing mental health and substance use treatment and prevention. It is workforce development and affordable housing. Public health is preventative screening for diabetes and high blood pressure and cardiovascular disease and maternal and child health and many types of cancer, as Commissioner Clay Flores reminds us. I could go on and on about how public health shows up in our daily lives. But most of all, and perhaps most importantly, public health is about ensuring that everyone has access to these resources, regardless of the zip code in which they were born, and especially in a county where historical inequities have contributed to poor health outcomes among populations that have been made the most vulnerable. National Public Health Week exists to remind us that health does not only happen in a doctor's office or in a hospital, but public health is built into all the ways that we live, work, play, and pray to ensure the quality of life for everyone. The health of one neighborhood affects the well-being of our entire county. So thank you to the court for this proclamation, for recognizing everyone, both public health professionals and for our neighbors that contribute to wellness every day. And thank you for your continued support of our department and for your support of the Public Health Summit. We're very excited to bring together for the first time this type of event. The theme of the Public Health Summit is collective action, collective wisdom. And our intent was to gather and solicit abstracts about community-driven strategies, especially among those with lived experience who do the work of public health every day and provide services every day. And so we have a full day on April the 6th, the first day of National Public Health Week, and really proud to have our partners. I'd like to recognize Dr. Carmen Valdez, who's from the Cape Marmion School of Public Health, and ask her to say a few words about our partnership.
Thank you very much. My name is Carmen Valdez, and I am a professor at the Cape Marmion School of Public Health and also Associate Dean of Research and Partnerships. It is an honor to be here today and to request that the court recognize National Public Health Week, but also the Public Health Summit. As many of you already know, one of the strengths of San Antonio and Bexar County is the number of nonprofit organizations that are working tirelessly to improve community health. And the Public Health Summit is an opportunity to bring these organizations together to share on their work and to explore opportunities for collaboration and sharing of resources. So just want to thank you for your consideration, and also want to recognize all of the partners that have been involved, as you have mentioned, Judge Sakai. Thank you.
Can I also recognize Dr. Carol Huber? She is the director of the Institute of Public Health for University Health. University Health and Community First Health Plans has made a generous sponsorship to support the summit as well, and I'd like to ask her to say something.
Bring her up. Good morning.
She doesn't like to talk.
Good morning. It has been a pleasure to be part of this coalition bringing this summit to life, and we're excited to see everyone there on April 6th.
Commissioner Coward.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank everyone that's here today for their efforts in public health. It's an important landmark that we move our community forward through data, through collaboration. And I have noted in the past that San Antonio-Bexar County has not taken advantage of its educational institutional knowledge, and I think there's an opportunity for us to get together. Dr. Valdez, I want to say that I'd love to convene a policy monthly luncheon where the community of healthcare, public health workers, as well as policy leaders, get in a luncheon and do a lunch and learn so that we can take the data of the various entities working on public health and actually follow it through with policy. I think that's something I've seen Los Angeles do and other big cities, and we're a little bit behind. But we're catching up. We've got our Vita School of Public Health in Precinct 1. We've got things going on in UT Health. Science Center. We've got a department now at the county in public health. All of that is showing that we're moving in the right direction, and we hope that we can be very much implementers and not just have it sit on a shelf. So thank you so much for all of your work, all of you.
Let's give them another round of applause.
Take a picture.
Thank you, Doctor. There's Mr. Claude. What's going on, brother?
Good to see you. Albert.
Hey. Thank you. Thank you for everything, brother. All right, let's see the presentation proclamation on behalf of Commissioners Court recognizing and proclaiming March 2026 as Colon Cancer Awareness Month. Commissioner Clay Flores, this is yours.
Yes, Elena and Mr. Bozeman, if you want to come up for Colon Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you.
Mr. Belton, I didn't realize your wife was here earlier, so I would have recognized you have your family here with you too, so thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Whereas colon cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States. Whereas early detection through routine screenings has been proven to dramatically reduce the mortality rate of colon cancer. A colonoscopy is a procedure in which the entire colon can be visualized and precancerous polyps can be removed. According to the American College of Gastroenterology, cancer risk is reduced by 90% after colonoscopy and polyp removal. Colorectal cancer rates have increased in people under the age of 50, and the recommended age to begin colonoscopies was lowered to 45. The rates have been increasing in young people, including those in their 20s and 30s. And whereas a healthy diet that includes vegetables, fruits, and whole grain fiber and is low in fats is associated with a lower risk of colon cancer. Avoiding tobacco and heavy alcohol use can decrease the risk of colorectal cancer. Regular physical activity and maintaining normal body weight and are beneficial as well. And whereas observing Colon Cancer Awareness Month during March provides a special opportunity to increase awareness and offer education on the importance of early detection and screening. The color blue is used to symbolize colon cancer awareness, and several community-led initiatives are working to spread the message that colon cancer is one of the few cancers that can be prevented with timely screenings. And whereas Bexar County calls upon residents to seek regular screenings and consult with healthcare professionals regarding their risk for colon cancer, and urges all community members, healthcare providers, and local organizations to support and participate in educational and preventive initiatives that will help reduce the incidence and mortality rates of colon cancer in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Bexar County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes and proclaims March 2026 as Colon Cancer Awareness Month. So I want to thank Thrival for being here. Thrival is one of the few local cancer organizations when I got diagnosed with colon cancer that I was able to reach out to for resources and able to partner with them. So happy. The time's yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Elena Wine, and I'm the Development Director with Thrival Cancer Foundation. And we provide access to care with things as simple to us as transportation, just making sure people can get to all of their treatment, complete their treatment. We also provide free counseling services, not only for the patient, but for their caregivers and the people that are in their support community. We do a small amount of research, and we also, our flagship is our Diva and Dude program, which is where the counseling program falls under, as well as providing nutrition and free exercise for anyone who's ever faced any diagnosis. In particular, this month, we put forward awareness about colon cancer, CRC, just that it's a highly, highly preventable disease with early detection, and do not ignore your symptoms. Check your colon.
Check your colon. Colonoscopy saves lives. Thank you. You want to come forward for a picture? Yes.
One person. Show it. Oh, yes.
Oh, maybe not. Okay.
Maybe not. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, with the photo? I had something to say. That's what I was.
Regarding
The colorectal cancer.
Are you
With UT Health.
okay? Well, I think they already.
That's
good. Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. All right, thank you.
Drywell, if y'all would stay at the end of the ceremony.
Dr. Guerrero. That's your facility.
Okay, the next ceremonial item will be presentation proclamation of behalf of Commissioner Court recognizing Biomed Essays BioFest Days. Commissioner Clay Flores.
We'll talk later. Thank you. Hi, good to see you, Heather. Our next proclamation reads, whereas Biomed SA is a nonprofit, membership-based organization that serves as the most important convener of essential community conversations promoting growth of the healthcare and bioscience sector in San Antonio and the surrounding region. And whereas BioFest Days is a series of events coordinated and promoted by Biomed SA, aiming to foster connections, showcase innovation, and solidify the San Antonio area's position as an innovation hub within the national bioscience landscape. And whereas BioFest Day serves as a catalyst for securing new funding opportunities for San Antonio-based bioscience startups, facilitating over $65 million in new investments in our area since 2021. And whereas BioFest Day's programs and events include BioFest Invest, an investor pitch competition for startups, tours of key community assets, networking events, thought leadership meetings, and educational workshops. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bexar County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes Biomed SA's BioFest Days. Heather, the time is yours.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. We appreciate it. I was going to introduce everyone here with me today on behalf of Biomed SA, but I think that would take a while. So I want to point out our chair, Larry Schlesinger from Texas Biomed, is here as well, as we have members from research companies, universities, startups, consultants, suppliers, as you might expect. But we also have members from restaurants, hotels, and real estate, because the biomedical sector is the largest sector in San Antonio and contributes so much to our economy that they recognize that as well. San Antonio is at a turning point. Our region is growing fast, and we have a real opportunity to become a national bioscience hub if we continue investing in research, talent, infrastructure, and the partnerships that make innovation possible. BioFest Days is one of the clearest examples of how we seize that opportunity. Since the start of BioFest Invest in 2021, BioFest Days has become a powerful, industry-driven, 12-day series of events that brings investors, entrepreneurs, and leaders from across the country to see San Antonio's capabilities firsthand. BioFest Invest stands out as a signature event of the series, bringing in 60% of its attendees from outside the region, and helping San Antonio startups that have pitched there secure more than $65 million in investment. This is the kind of economic activity that raises incomes, expands opportunity, and strengthens mobilities for families across our city. Our healthcare and bioscience sector already contributes over $44 billion a year and supports more than 180,000 high-paying jobs. BioFest Days amplifies these strengths by giving companies, students, researchers, and investors a high-visibility platform to engage with our assets and see what makes San Antonio a city of science and health. We've seen what's possible. Companies like past BioFest winner Vascular Perfusion Solutions are advancing life-saving technologies and attracting national recognition. But we must keep building. With sustained investment and strong public-private collaboration, San Antonio can secure its place as a leader in bioscience innovation and a beacon of scientific and medical excellence. Thank you.
I want to thank Commissioner Clay Flores for both the last two resolutions, and I want to thank all of the partners that are here today. Can you just remind us, what are those days that we have the fest again one more time?
Yeah, BioFest Invest is actually April 14th, but BioFest Days runs April 6th through the 17th, and there are all sorts of different events going on, and you can look at biofest.net to find out which ones you want to attend.
Well, I appreciate what you're doing. Obviously, it's making an impact as Bexar County's #1 employer is in this sector. One of the things I think we can collaborate on in the future is really making this kind of South by Southwest kind of feel. And that comes through sponsorship, through entertainment and nightlife. And the reason I say that is because it's important to have a broad panel of investors and to grow the panel of investors for these bio-health businesses. And we've got so much money here in San Antonio, but how do we partner with Austin money? How do we partner with Houston money, with Dallas money? And part of that can be we bring those various investment organizations to San Antonio. You may be doing some of this already, but we just want to really help you put this more on the map and really herald the diversity of our economy in San Antonio, Bexar County, so that people don't just think about Boston or some other city as a place to invest in this industry. So I look forward to following up. I know Carlos, who served a good tour of duty here at Bexar County, is with you, and he can help us liaise a good conversation to help maybe underwrite something to take your next years to another level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Tell us something new. What's happening out there?
I'm sorry?
Tell me something new that's happening out
Well,
there.
first, let me say how honored I am to be here today with Heather and Biomed SA, to thank you and all the commissioners for your support. I'm really excited that Public Health was here today as well, so we have an entire spectrum here today. I'm excited because I think San Antonio is continuing to grow and have impact. And as the commissioner stated, our impact needs to go broader. And I think all of us who are committed to this sector are doing everything we can to advance the biomedical research that's going on in the city, but more importantly, the R&D that leads to more manufacturing. So I think that we have a promise ahead for all of us, and I want to be part of that, clearly. And I want to thank Commissioner Flores for her support and has been supportive of Texas Biomed and of Biomed SA. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you. Let's give him another round of applause. Will y'all come forward?
How are you? Are you still?
All right. Our next proclamation will be a presentation on proclamation on behalf of Commissioner Court recognizing Clarence Earl Gideon Day, recognizes the 63rd anniversary of the landmark decision of Gideon versus Rainwhite. Commissioner Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Those that are here, I think I saw Jim, Bethke, whoever is here for this proclamation, if you step forward. Hey, Jim, good morning. This is something we do every year to commemorate and underscore the importance of indigent defense in our community. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'll turn it over to you, Jim. The proclamation reads, whereas Bexar County values all of its residents and recognizes that many individuals cannot afford legal representation, and whereas in 1963, the United States Supreme Court held in Gideon versus Wainwright that the Constitution prohibits states from imprisoning individuals who cannot afford a lawyer without providing counsel, affirming that fair trials require legal representation. And whereas this right to counsel was extended in 1967 through In re Galt, ensuring that juveniles facing delinquency proceedings are also guaranteed legal representation. And whereas in accordance with these constitutional principles, Bexar County funds and maintains both a public defender's office and a managed assigned counsel office to provide effective professional representation to indigent adults and children facing loss of liberty. And whereas the anniversaries of the Gideon and Galt decisions provide an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to equal justice under the law for all members of our community, now therefore be it resolved that the Bexar County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes Clarence Earl Gideon Day, signed this 10th day of March 2026 by your Commissioners Court. Let's give all of our defenders of justice a big round of applause. And Jim, would you say a few words on behalf of the group?
Yes, Commissioner. Jim Bethke, the Executive Director of the Bexar County Managed Assigned Counsel Program. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Commissioner Rodriguez, thank you for being our sponsor. Gideon versus Wainwright affirmed the simple but powerful principle that justice in America should not depend on a person's ability to pay for a lawyer. That decision recognized the right to counsel as essential to the promise of equal justice and fair trials. Texas reinforced the constitutional promise through the passage of the Texas Fair Defense Act in 2001, calling upon all 254 counties to build systems that ensure people receive timely and effective representation. Bexar County was one of the first counties to answer that call. A little over 20 years ago, the court invested in establishing the Public Defender Office. And more recently, in 2021, y'all moved forward with establishing the Managed Assigned Counsel program. Bexar County, since that time, has become recognized as a statewide leader in indigent defense. Thousands of people receive qualified representation each year. Your constituents, our clients, the public defender's clients, benefit from stronger advocacy, access to mental health services, PDEA advisors, specialized legal resources for juveniles, making our justice system fairer, stronger, and more accountable. That work would not be possible without the dedication of the attorneys that do this work every day, the public defenders and the hundreds of private attorneys who accept court appointments, carry out the promise of getting in every day in our courtrooms here in Bexar County. I thank all of you. I also want to thank our judiciary, the criminal district courts, the county criminal courts, and the juvenile courts, whose coordination and commitment help ensure that the right to counsel is meaningful and effective in every case. Gideon reminds us that the strength of our justice system is measured not by how we treat the most powerful, but how we treat the most vulnerable, with those with the least resources. Justice should never depend on wealth. Because of your leadership and support for indigent defense, Bexar County continues to make the promise of Gideon real for the people we serve. For that, my team and I thank each of you for your support, commitment to equal justice under the law and ensuring fair trials. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clay Flores.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez, for bringing this to court every year. Also, just want to recognize so many county employees who work together to get this done. Of course, Jim Bethke at MAC, but also Justin on his staff. Justin, wave your hand in case people don't know you. I'm embarrassing you, I'm sorry. Who works with our nonprofits who work with the Immigration Defense Fund. So thank you for that. Also want to recognize Dr. Norma, our public defender is here, and Dr. Piper, former chair of TOP, now a TOP staffer, and I recognize other TOP members and other TOP staff who are being here. So it takes all the work in this community to do the things that we need to continue to do, especially, I don't think I need to reiterate, but especially at a time like this, the destruction of America before our eyes as we used to know it. So thank you so much for being here, and let's keep fighting.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for pointing out all of the foot soldiers, so to speak. I know lawyers get a bad rap sometimes, but I think this is a day to celebrate the work that you do day in and day out. Jim, in coordination with our Chief Public Defender, Carrie Mallon. Thank you, Carrie, for being here as well. I think really set an example for our community to make sure, as you mentioned, Jim, access to the courthouse or just a simple defense should not depend on what you have in your wallet or your bank account. It should be equal for everybody. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you all for the work you do. Please come up and have a picture. Thank you.
Let me say this. Let me say thank you to all of you. Dr. Piper, good morning. How are you? Just want to thank all of y'all who, as Commissioner Rodriguez says, yeah, I'm a lawyer too, a judge too. So yeah, sometimes we get a bad rap, but I want to just put on record, as I stated during my campaign, the Constitution does not defend itself. And it takes officers of the court, judiciary, the lawyers, the people that truly want to protect this Constitution. Thank you for what y'all do day in and day out, and let's never take you for granted. Thank you for what you do. Come forward and take a picture.
Can some of y'all go on this side to the right? Can some of y'all go on this side to even it out?
Yeah, let's even it out.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now let's take up 69A, discussion and appropriate action regarding approval of a request from Commissioner Rebecca Clay Flores to allocate outside agency funding in the total amount of $49,999 for the agencies and amounts listed as Precinct 1's contribution to outside agencies from the general fund Thrive Well Cancer Foundation. Commissioner Clay Flores, you have the floor.
Thank you,
Thrive
Judge.
Well, would you please step forward?
Thank you, Judge Sakai. I just wanted to make sure ThriveWell was able to get back. When you work with cancer patients and survivors, there's an urgency of the work that they are doing, so I want to make sure that you all were able to get back to doing the good work that you're doing. I just wanted to recognize this. Thank you so much. We were able to allocate almost $50,000 for sponsorship for a Zumbathon fundraiser, because exercise is really important for cancer survivors as we continue to recover. And so happy, almost $50,000 for the Zumbathon fundraiser. And this funding specifically goes to the counseling department, because when you're going through cancer, as I realize, cancer doesn't just affect the organ, but it affects the entire body. So thank you so much. I know you guys have already spoken, but if you wanted to speak specifically about this funding amount, and just the work that the court has been doing to support ThriveWell and cancer patients. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, as you mentioned, cancer does not just affect the diagnosis and the actual art of going through the process. It's mind, it's body, it's changing your lifestyle. It is so many things beyond. And Chris can speak to that better than I can as a survivor and a warrior.
Thank you so much for that. Definitely when it comes down to this cancer journey, we do go through a lot. We understand that when we have to go through chemotherapy, we have to go through radiation, there are going to be certain side effects that are going to pretty much take over not only our bodies, but also our minds. Because we're constantly thinking about how can this chemotherapy treatment, how can this radiation really help us to get better and to really kill the cancer that we have in our bodies. And a lot of times, unfortunately, we have cancer patients that have to decide between treatment and paying their rent. They have to decide between radiation and keeping the lights on at home. And so when it comes down to the funding that ThriveWell Cancer Foundation receives, all of this money goes towards the patients that are a part of this great organization. And so I just want to say that as a cancer survivor, and a warrior, I'm very, very thankful for the support that ThriveWell Cancer Foundation has given me over these years.
Thank you so much. And just in the last month and a half, the American Cancer Society came out with the new stat that amongst cancers, colon cancer is the #1 killer for people under 50. So it's really important, even for young people. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Clay Flores, second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, let's continue to special presentation items 5A. Presentation by a representative of the Joint Commission on Elderly Affairs to recognize and formally commend the Commissioners Court and County Judge Peter Sakai for his continued leadership, support, and commitment to improving the well-being and quality of life of older adults and individuals with disabilities throughout Bexar County. Good morning, Ms. Fernanda.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. My name is Fernanda Cárdenas, and I have the honor of being the chair of the Joint Commission on Elderly Affairs. I want to extend my sincere thanks to Commissioners Court and to Judge Sakai and everyone involved in opening the doors to the south entrance and ensuring that it is fully ADA accessible. Projects like this require collaboration, commitment, and a willingness to listen to the needs of the community. And I want to first recognize all the work and care that went into making this possible. For many older adults and individuals with mobility challenges, and accessibility can mean the difference between participating and isolation. And in these cases, access to justice and public service should never depend on mobility, strength, or circumstances. In my role on the Joint Commission on Elderly Affairs, I have the privilege and responsibility to advocate for policy improvements that support the dignity and independence of our older adults in the community. This work is deeply important to me, not only in my professional capacity, but also on a personal level. Many of us have parents, grandparents, and loved ones whose mobility changes as they age. We see the challenges they face, and we understand how meaningful it is when communities take thoughtful steps to remove these barriers. The Joint Commission on Elderly Affairs exists to improve the quality of life for our older adults by advocating for equity, dignity, and compassion. Today's reopening reflects what's possible when we listen, act, and lead with inclusion. A community is only as strong as its willingness to ensure that everyone can fully belong, participate, and be seen. I'm proud of this community and grateful for the leadership that made this improvement possible, and hopeful for the progress that we will continue to make together. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to recognize Fernanda, who's my constituent. Thank you so much for the work that you do for the elderlies, and always asking about my mom and everything, and the work that you do for so many moms and so many elderly in our community. And I also want to recognize my appointee, Jay Valenzuela. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you guys for being here. Fernanda, I know you do so much work outside of this body, but also with the nonprofit and the Gonzaga family. So many people that do great work there. I want to recognize. I thought I saw Terry Kilmer somewhere back there.
Where's
One of my constituents. Terry, thank you for being here. It's great to see you.
There you are.
And of course, Jerry, my appointee. Jerry, thank you for the work you do. So many, I think community members look to you all as leaders on this commission, so we thank you for your work, and we appreciate every day the work that you do, not just at your specific neighborhood or community, but countywide, and that's what this recognition is about. So thank you very much. Thank you, Judge.
Commissioner Calvert.
Thank you. I want to join my colleagues and thank the judge for bringing this item to us. I thank all of the members of this board for your service. Betty Eckert, my longtime appointee, thank you for your longtime service, dating back to Commissioner Atkinson, actually, and thank you all for the work you do. So I wanted to just say that together we need to work towards more home health care help for our seniors, and paying those home health care workers at a wage that is commensurate with the care that's needed. Thinking about how University Health can enter that space, thinking about how University Health can create housing for seniors that is affordable and close to medical doctors and medical care. Those are very important movements that have been done in places like Florida, that have been done in the cooperation with the public county health departments. And so we've made progress, for example, over the years. I want to thank the Commission for making progress on elder fraud abuse. When I started, I was the first commissioner to talk about the fact that there was all kinds of financial crimes being committed against our senior citizens. I knew because my family was a ward for a senior citizen who had hundreds of thousands of dollars in her retirement taken by a Jamaican organized crime network. And so we've made progress. We now have the district attorney's office has investigators for that. The Sheriff's Department now has investigators for that. So I want to thank you for making progress together, advocating for the health needs, the food needs, the home health care needs, the activity and connectivity needs. You all have made a difference, and we appreciate your service. Thank you, Judge.
Fernanda, thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a great partnership with you, and it will continue as you're the chair. Let me also recognize my appointee, Lauren Jimenez, who I've appointed on there. She, I think, was formerly with ACOG on the elderly committee over there. Just want to say thank you to all of y'all. Y'all have brought issues to this court. I want to thank the court for the commitment in this regards to the access to the courthouse and then open up and the expenses that we need to do that. We also, as you can see on our monitors, we have sign interpreters now, giving access to the deaf and hearing impaired. And also the creation of the Senior Justice Center, which with the leadership of Judge Veronica Vasquez out of probate court, we'll see that our commitment of Commissioners Court will continue. And Fernanda and whoever succeeds you as the chair, understand that's one of these committees that's been very powerful in bringing awareness to the leadership here. And I hope that y'all will continue to do that. We don't always get it right, but when we point it out, I expect this court to always respond to y'all. So thank you very much for all of y'all and what y'all do for this community. Can we give them another round of applause? If you come take a, let's get a picture.
Yes.
And for the record, I'll have submitted resolutions, and I'll ask that it be filed. Lucy, we got a resolution that needs to be filed. Thank you. That's right. That's right, Jackie. That's right. How are you? At a time certain. We're right on time here. We're going to go 10 a.m. Presentation, discussion, appropriate action regarding the following items related to the Alameda Theater. 1, update on design, construction Alameda Theater, and 2, approval authorizing the county manager's office to negotiate an agreement with the Alameda Theater Conservancy to refurbish, restore the iconic neon blade sign and marquee of the historic Alameda Theater in an amount not to exceed $2,500,000. Mr. Tony Cañas.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Tony Cañas. I'm with the Facilities Management Department. I also serve as the county's representative to the Alameda Theater Conservancy Board. I'm here today to introduce an item to provide exciting updates about the status of the renovation to the historic Alameda Theater. I'm joined today by Mr. Trey Jacobson, who is the Interim Executive Director of the Conservancy. We also have in the audience Mr. Pete Cortez, who's Chair of the Board, and Lindsay Holland, our Vice Chair. And we're also joined by Christina and Eddie Alderete, who have been incredible partners for us, helping us with fundraising. So I'm going to turn it over to Trey, let him present you the updates, and then we will stop for questions.
Hello, Mr. Trey.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning. Again, for the record, my name is Trey Jacobson. I'm serving as the Interim Executive Director for the Alameda Theater Conservancy. We have a brief item. I want to cover it at a very cursory level because we could go on for hours and talking about the importance of the Alameda Theater. So many people do not know about the history, the importance of the Alameda Theater, so I want to cover that briefly as we lead into why we're here today. So the Alameda Theater opened in March of 1949 with over 2,500 seats. At the time, it was one of the largest theaters, but what distinguished the Alameda from its other theaters at the time is that it provided Spanish language movies and entertainment targeted to the Mexican and Mexican-American community that was flourishing and continues to flourish. But what it really made it unique was that at that sad time in our city's history, many of the theaters in San Antonio were segregated, and they discouraged African Americans and Mexican Americans from being customers. During the 1950s and 60s, the theater flourished. It was the golden age of Mexican cinema, and all of the famous Mexican actors, singers, comedians flocked to San Antonio and performed at the Alameda. And during the 1960s and early 70s, there was even a Spanish language variety show that was held there. But it wasn't the entertainment and the arts that would help make this building particularly special, as what was going on in the office building that surrounded it. There were historical tenets, historical things go on there. The Mexican consulate was in the Casa de Mexico building. What we now call the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce was in that building. Civic leaders like Henry B. Gonzalez's early offices were there. The first Spanish language radio station, ultimately the first Spanish language Mexican American and UHF channel in the nation was there. And Mexican American civil rights groups were founded, including MALDEF. However, A 2,500-seat movie house could not compete in the 1980s against the megaplexes that we all know today. So sadly, in 1990, the Alameda closed its doors for good. And ever since then, immediately after the closing, there was efforts to revive the theater. However, 5 years later, the city of San Antonio, in an effort just to preserve the building, this importantly rich, culturally important building, they acquired it in 1995. There were several failed efforts by other nonprofits trying to restore it. However, in 2017, Bexar County Commissioners Court, or one of the founding members of the Alameda Theater Conservancy, along with the city of San Antonio, La Familia Cortez, and Texas Public Radio, who's one of our tenants, they were getting serious. They put some money for this project to get going. And in the intervening years from 2017 to 2026, the Conservancy, even during the period of COVID, strategically planned the restoration. We have fully designed and, in fact, enhanced the design of the project. We have contractors that have been working on it. We have perfected $22 million worth of state and federal tax credits. We've adopted a self-sufficiency plan. We've been actively performing with a capital campaign, and we provided for the professional management of that theater. We've contracted with Ambassador Theater Group, which you may now locally know is running the Majestic and the Empire Theater. You know them locally, but they are globally a top-tier theater management company with ticketing platforms and the span to be able to bring shows to San Antonio. But most importantly for the Conservancy, they have honored our commitment to provide for Latino-focused entertainment, which again reflecting the cultural history of this important theater. They also have a long-standing relationship with local nonprofits and educators that tried that in terms of how they support those groups. We've further been able to work with Ambassador to provide for 14 rent-free days for community use of the theater. This court will have the opportunity to allocate 5 of those free days as it sees fit each year to community groups. The city will also have 5 days, and the Conservancy will provide for 4 of those days, again, focusing on the opportunities for others to be able to use the theaters. So you might realize that we're not simply focused on restoring the theater. We see the Conservancy as a vital presenter of Latino arts, culture, and education, and using the theater and the organization as a platform to do it. Because we believe we're delivering on a promise for the community to have those partnerships with community groups and nonprofits, such as around music and performance, but also providing educational opportunities for all ages. We also are co-located against Texas Public Radio, and using them and their broadcast opportunities as a platform provides an immense number of opportunities for this community. Just to kind of, did you have this slide? Well, so just some examples of community uses that may be important is that one of the things we're focused on is accessibility for education and opportunities for children who are K through 12, particularly in SAISD and our other public schools, to provide opportunities for them to enjoy and be introduced to cultural performances. And it just, also we've been recently approached by a large company, I won't describe who they are, but has an interest in military families and veterans and how we can partner with them to provide opportunities or discounted programs for military families. So what is the status of the project? In short, we're ready to go. We have fully completed construction designs. We are coordinating right now with the city on our updated permits. We have all of our historical approvals. We're re-estimating our construction bids later this spring. We're working with historic tax credits. We have term sheets. We're working on our bridge financing that we need. And our capital campaign is finally showing success. And if we're able to do this, we're anticipating that we will close on our financing as early as June 30th of this year, which would allow us to actually open the theater in the first quarter of the spring of 2028. That's what it takes to complete this project. But what it also takes to complete this project is $64 million, which through the cities and counties' generous support, as well as the tax credits and capital and other private donations, we're actively working toward. But every dollar counts, which is one of the reasons we're here today, is to talk about this Bexar County funding agreement. There are funds, I believe you know from the court, that were previously allocated of $2.5 million for this project. We're looking to enter into a funding agreement for those purposes. We believe that this unique additional contribution by the county should be focused on the neon blade sign and the marquee. That is clearly and will ever be the most visible aspect of this project. It is also one of the most expensive single elements of this building. At $2.5 million, it requires a complete restoration inside and out. We intend, in addition to the general large appreciation recognition for Bexar County, we want to honor through this funding agreement a gift recognition for Bexar County, specifically about the blade sign, and provide ceremonies in the future by which Bexar County could actually flip the switch and turn it on. Further, this project's been going a long time. We are proposing that any funds that are allocated to this funding agreement only be released back to the project when we're financially closed and ready to go. So that concludes my remarks about the history and an update about the project. And if the court will indulge us for a minute, it's helpful for you to see what this theater project is going to be. And so we have a video, a fly-through video, based on the actual designs of the theater that we're going to run now. And then afterwards, Pete Cortez, our chair, will make some just closing remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Trey.
Video? Okay.
Good morning. Morning, Judge Sakai, members of the court. I have the privilege of knowing most of you, but for the record, I'm Pete Cortez. I want to recognize my vice chair, Lindsay Holland, and our capital campaign co-chairs, Cristina and Neri Alderete. So in addition to running Mi Tierra 7 days a week, and our other family restaurants, I serve as board chair of the Alameda Theater. I want to take a moment to thank the court for all the support that you've provided over many, many years that we've been working on this project. And I'd also like to acknowledge a couple of people. First of all, one of our founding board members, David Smith. Thank you, David. Hope the videos come a long way, the project's come a long way. I also want to acknowledge Tony Canes, who's done a fantastic job representing the county, both as a board member and a secretary of the board. For my family and I, the preservation and reactivation of the Alameda Theater has become a multi-generational endeavor. As you may know, my late father, Jorge Cortez, was a vocal advocate for preserving Latino culture on the west end of downtown. Current and past members of this court will no doubt remember his passion, which led to many improvements, including most recently Zona Cultural and San Pedro Creek, and the bond projects that are just now wrapping up. Amongst his many passions, however, none were more important than the Alameda Theater. He understood the cultural importance and significance of this iconic theater, and he fought to ensure that it would ultimately be restored to its historic glory. He often referred to this theater as the crown jewel of Zona Cultural. This court has long shared that commitment and has, along with the City of San Antonio, provided significant resources towards that goal. To invoke a football metaphor, we have advanced the ball into the red zone, which is further than we have ever been before. As you saw in the video, we have fully completed designs, the required permits, significant historic tax credits, bridge financing, a world-class theater manager, and we continue to raise private funds needed to complete this project. In short, although it's taken a large part of my adult life to get to this point, we are finally ready to go. We are inside the 5-yard line, but we need the county support to help us get over the goal line. This funding will genuinely move us forward in meaningful ways, as Trey outlined before. So on behalf of the Conservancy Board, let me thank you for your continued support and the vision and our efforts to bring this iconic building back to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Thank you, Judge. Pete, Tony, Trey, everybody, thank you for being here. Eddie and Christina, why don't you come up too, because I want to recognize you all as well. This happens to be in Precinct 2, the western edge of downtown, but this is a project, a theater, as you mentioned, Pete, a labor of love that's countywide. And in particular, the people who have come from the west side, who have, coincidentally, yesterday, I think, was the 77-year anniversary of when the theater opened. I know that for a couple reasons. One, it's in the presentation, but two, my mom also turned 77 this week. So she grew up on the west side. My grandparents, both sets of grandparents, went to the theater when it was a movie theater initially. There are so many people that are excited about this project. They've been waiting on this project for some time. I want to point out a couple things. One, this is not new money. This is something that Commissioner Elizondo championed, probably 15 years ago. So it's been in the budget, and this court's actually voted on this already the last few years to carry it over. We're finally at the point where we can appropriate these funds and get the sign lit. And so thank you for the court support on that. I do want to acknowledge that this is an expensive project, and to that end, I wanted to have Eddie and Christina just say a few words, because you guys are doing some of the heavy lifting with respect to leveraging private sector dollars. And I'm hopeful that these public dollars can help you leverage that, so to speak. But if you want to just give a quick word on how that's going, make a plea maybe to our business community to help support this important project for not just the legacy of the theater, but the legacy of our city. Eddie?
Thank you, Commissioner. We're very proud to be a part of this project. We have been big fans of the Alameda for years and have over the years looked for ways to be supportive. It's an important asset in the community with significant historical and cultural value. And those are the types of ingredients that make it attractive to the private donor community. And what we've discovered is what looked like an insurmountable hill to climb to go raise the private dollars. What we've discovered over time is that when one person finds that one of their colleagues or peers gives, then they decide, okay, I'm going to step up as well.
Just good old-fashioned peer pressure.
It is. So we've been very pleased with the reaction that we've had. It has taken a little bit of time, and with each contribution, you know, many of these start out as pledges. That may be an unnamed pledge, without a dollar amount, like, yes, I'm going to give. And then they learn more and they see more and they see the progress, and then the dollar amount comes in. And then a little more time passes by, and then that dollar amount increases. And along with what the other friends and peers and colleagues are doing. So we have looked at, and we are reaching people here in this community, foundations, individuals, philanthropists, as well as outside the community, people who truly see the Alameda as a regional asset and not just a San Antonio, Bexar County asset.
Well, thank you. We appreciate very much. I know for a lot of you, this is not your full-time job, but you're spending sometimes full-time hours as a hobby and a labor of love to make this happen. So we thank you, Eddie and Christina, for being partners with us.
Absolutely. And again, we welcome anyone who may have interest. We welcome a conversation with them to share more information and the plans and the timetable. There are numerous opportunities for naming rights at various levels, so we're excited about that as well.
Great. Well, keep us posted and let us know how we can be helpful in those endeavors as well. With our individual ties to people in the community as well, we can also reach out. I'm happy to do it myself. Let me ask Trey real quick to come back up. Trey, I wanted to just mention, I know we're going to have some ongoing conversations about programming. This is obviously going to be one of the most beautiful theaters when it's done in the community, so there's going to be a lot of interest. But I wanted to ask you to take a minute to talk about accessibility, and not just from a physical point, but a community point, right? We want to make sure that folks from the West Side, nonprofit groups, performance groups have access to this theater. This is the People's Theater. So can you talk a little bit about what that looks like at this point, and how we can continue to frame that so that people can get more excited about the project?
Commissioner, thank you for the question, and it's something that we've been taking very seriously. It's in fact in our strategic plan as an organization. We've had ongoing and early conversations about how this theater can provide accessibility for arts and entertainment in a variety of different ways. I mentioned briefly in my remarks that we are looking for and anticipating efforts, programs as the theater opens, to be able to provide opportunities for youth in this community, particularly those in SAISD, where their arts funding has been largely obliterated as a result of state funding, to provide some of those arts and entertainment opportunities by providing subsidized or free shows, bringing them to the theater with a relevant project for them. We've also talked about it in the context of not just youth, but seniors. There's senior groups that are doing acting. UTSA has programs where literally in their backyard and across the street from us. There's all kinds of different opportunities to do that. We've even talked about being able to work with our theater manager as a show is coming in, and being able to take some of those performers out into the schools to provide them some introductions to that. We look for opportunities to provide sponsorships for different programs in musical education ourselves. We've talked internally about the opportunities for mariachi groups, mariachi competitions, and other things with SAISD. There are nonprofits in the community. One in particular that comes to mind is the Guadalupe Cultural Arts Center. They have programs that are becoming so successful that they're outgrowing their own facilities. We've had early conversations about having them come in, again, as part of those free community use days, to be able to access the theater and benefit and profit from that as well. So those are just some broad concepts, but we are open to all of those opportunities as they present themselves.
Yeah, and certainly not looking for a hard commitment today, but I think a commitment in spirit going forward, that there's going to be those conversations to be had. And I know that, but I think it's important for the community to hear that as well. So thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Pete, let me just call you back up and just thank you. You know, I don't think a day goes by when I come through Mi Tierra and I see you that you don't mention this project. So thank you for you and your family's commitment to this. I know not just this, but you've dealt with a lot of construction in and around the restaurant over the course of the last few years. It's looking like it's opening up a little bit, but I remember visiting you during COVID when you turned it into a bodega just to keep the lights on and keep employees. A lot of small businesses did that during COVID. So thank you for that. Look forward to hopefully flipping this switch with you in 2028. But again, Pete, my hat's off to you and your family for everything you've done for San Antonio.
Thank you, but thank you also. We could not have gotten to where we are today without all of the support from this court.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Rodriguez, second by Commissioner Calvert. Commissioner Calvert, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate Commissioner Rodriguez on moving this project forward. I know Commissioner Elizondo cared deeply about this as an entertainer who was a band leader. He certainly had many memories that he talked about around the Alameda. I wanted to ask whoever can answer this question, and first of all, I want to thank everybody who is part of this fundraising effort. It's a very important cultural heritage savings that we are getting and an important investment. What is going to be the future size of the theater?
Commissioner, I mentioned earlier that when it was a movie house, it seated 2,500 people. This theater is going to be 1,200 seats in a fully seated capacity. The lower floor right in front of the stage, all those chairs can be easily removed, and in those types of capacities, we could do dance floors, parties, or general admission concerts, which push the attendance up to 1,400. You're wondering why we've gone from 2,500 to 1,200. It's because we are factually taller and wider than we were in 1949, and as such, we have very comfortable new seats that would take up a lot of space. We've also created some different relaxed seating opportunities within the theater. So, and it's fully accessible. And fully accessible, I should add. Thank you.
That's great. So a couple of years ago, maybe 5 years ago, the county put about $18 million. It may have been $9 million the city, $9 million the county. I can't remember if it was $18 million from the county. I don't know if David remembers, but David, was it 18 or 9? It was 9 from each. Okay, so 18 total. Got it. So tell me a little bit about the progress that's been made from that expenditure, or were you holding it for a larger tranche to do more construction?
Commissioner, you almost answered the question with your final comment. So during COVID, with city and county funds in the bank, the board took the opportunity to strategically start some of the construction in the building, some of the riskier types of the constructions, for example, environmental remediation, utilities. At the time, San Pedro Creek was still under construction, and so it was an opportune time for us to save money and be able to employ contractors at a time when the world was largely shut down. So we did a lot of that work. We've taken a lot of the risk out of the project because we've finished those things. We did 2 phases of progressive construction. We still have several $1 million in the bank. What we have learned, and I think really the county has seen that over the past several years with cost inflation, that money sitting in the bank actually loses value from a construction standpoint because it's just not worth as much. So we were able to use some of those funds to execute a good portion of the project. We did get to, as you just described, a point where we needed to just do the final run. And so the funds that we have today, along with the tax credits and the monies that we're raising through the capital campaign supported by our local banks and bridge financing, will actually allow us to execute to completion. So.
Well, that's wonderful news. I'm excited. We can't wait to get that open. Talk to me a little bit about, I know the original architect also helped build Temple Bethel. very well-known, renowned architect in the 40s. And there were artisans. Mr. Teran helped with some of the mural works. How are Latino artisans, contractors, how are they being incorporated in architecture and construction? Just talk to me a little bit about how that is working.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So as part of our funding agreement with the city and the county, we have goals and constructions around, and even around the design and professional services to provide local minority women contracting opportunities throughout the project. That is a goal that we've been executing throughout this project. And we've been doing that to date. If you'd like, we can also kind of give you an counting of where we're at on that. But thus far, we've been able to meet and exceed those goals. I can let Pete speak for the board. I would just say that we understand the cultural and historical importance of this building, particularly to the Mexican-American community. So we've never really lost sight of the opportunity for that community to benefit, not just as the building and with entertainment, but during its development as well. So.
Final thing I will say, as a point really for all of us, not just you all, is, you know, San Antonio has, and so my father was a concert promoter and producer for many years. I grew up around the entertainment business. I think the court has probably heard me talk about the fact that we are branded in the promoters world as a walk-up town. And people often wonder, why do concerts pass us by? It's the same reason that we don't get airline flights. We've got to improve the disposable income of the folks in San Antonio. Whether that is opportunities for contracting or opportunities for upskilling their particular workforce skills. We have to focus economically on getting folks who can buy tickets because they have the disposable income. But they call us a walk-up town because people make the decision that day whether they can have enough money to buy a ticket for that particular concert. So the macro level hope that can only be stimulated by a coalition of business and government working together with the community, is that we really look at policies that can elevate. I want you to be successful. That's why I'm raising this point. Right. Because your long-term success is based upon your ticket sales. And we know right now that the Latino community is facing a lot of wins against them. In terms of wages and all kinds of opportunities in America. So if that's the focus, I think we also have to have another subsidiary conversation about what can the Alameda, through the arts, through connection with the business community and government, what can we do to raise wages for the community that's going to sustain this particular investment? And I say that because we as the county are an investor. Right? And we can be one of those investors, not only in the Alameda, but in the Latino community that will, and by and large, be one of the great participants in the shows that happen. So I just want to make that as a point, because sometimes we miss the forest for the trees. We're living in some awfully fascist times, and unfortunately, you know, I have seen the policy of fascism roll out. And it is created an environment where tariffs created construction costs that went up, and then people at the state level have to stop all the construction projects because there's cost overruns. And it's like, well, you should have thought of that before you made that kind of policy. So connecting some dots, I'm so proud that you've got a community group that is helping this capital campaign. It's going to pay off. Thank you very much, Judge.
So let me say the final word here. So let me just thank the entire Alameda team and Tony Cañas on behalf of the county. I think you sit on the board, so you've been an integral part of making sure that, may rest in peace, Commissioner Elizondo's dream can finally be fulfilled with the completion, refurbishment, renovation of the Alameda Theater. Let me thank all the community members. Eddie and Christina Aldeta, thank you for, I think y'all were one of the first ones to bring it to my attention. And all I will say in closing is, it's about damn time that we got this thing done. So I am proud to support this and ask that y'all move forward. Y'all still have much more work to do, but I hope, as we've discussed, that y'all can leverage and that you can see that this is truly a public-private partnership that will be a certain addition and filling the soul and spirit of the downtown San Antonio, especially from the Hispanic West Side culture. So thank you, all of you, for what you do. I believe there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Rodriguez, second by Commissioner Calvert. Any further discussion? Oh, Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Judge. I'll be really brief. I just want to echo some of the comments. Appreciate the leadership of Pete and Eddie and Christina and others with this project. And, you know, the public access part of it is obviously important. But again, just reiterating the point that, you know, this was a promise that was made by previous courts, and we're following through on it. Obviously, you know, I know we need to be careful with new promises and new commitments given our current debt load, but this was a promise that has been made, and we're keeping it here today. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Clay Flores.
Yeah, just for the record, I know we're talking a lot about the West Side culture and West Side this and West Side that, but South Side will be there represented as well. So just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Absolutely. South Texas. All right. I'm calling for a vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion unanimously consent. Motion carries. Good luck to y'all. All right. 6B, immediately following 6A, presentation, discussion, appropriate action regarding the economic development innovation grant in the amount of $200,000 to the Tech Block in support of the 2026 Tech Field competition. Ms. Deborah Carter, is Mr. Beto here today? There he is, Mr. Beto Altamirano. And Mr. Beto Gomez? No? Could make it. Okay. All right, Deborah.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. Thank you for having us today. So again, I'm Deborah Carter, Director of Economic Development here at Bexar County. A little bit of background. Bexar County created the Innovation Fund to entice small, innovative companies to move their operations to Bexar County, assist local innovators to take their ideas to market and then scale them in Bexar County, and then to fund talent development competitions, professional and technical training and brand building. And we are here today to talk about the talent competition. So I will hand it over to Beto, the CEO of Tech Block.
Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate it. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. Before I begin, I would like to thank Bexar County Economic Community Development Team, Deborah Carter, Nicole Galindo, and Marshall Hoke. Thank you so much for your leadership. Judge and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present the impact and the future of the Tech Fuel Pitch Competition, an initiative powered by the Bexar County Innovation Fund. Over the last 6 years, Tech Fuel has evolved from a simple startup contest to a real economic engine of economic development. Our mission is straightforward. Use early stage county capital to help promising companies stay here, scale here, and hire here in Bexar County. Before walking through the program itself, which is the deck that you have in front of you, I want to briefly highlight the results that the program has already produced. Since 2019, Tech Fuel finalists have collectively raised more than $12.3 million in follow-on private funding. To put that into perspective, for every dollar that the county has historically invested in prize funding, the program has helped catalyze more than $20 in private capital flowing into companies connected to Bexar County. That is exactly what economic development should look like. Small public investments unlocking much larger private ones. We're also seeing global validation from homegrown talent. Look at Albionics, a company with roots at UTSA, has raised millions and disrupting the prosthetics industry with more affordable bionic technology. Or Allosense, which is now partnering with companies like Google and Tesla. These are no longer just startups. They are emerging global companies with strong ties to Bexar County. I also want to highlight another example that reflects a different but equally important dimension of the program. I myself in 2017 started as a social entrepreneur, meaning that yes, through business you can create social impact. One of those companies he supported through the Tech Fuel competition was Betty's Co., a San Antonio startup focusing on women's health and preventative care. Their mission is to improve awareness and early screening around critical health issues such as colon cancer and breast cancer. These are the kinds of problems where early detection saves lives. And Commissioner Rebecca Clay Flores, I know you're highlighting the Awareness Month of colon cancer, so thank you for your service on that front. Supporting companies like Betty's Co. means supporting innovation that directly improves the health and well-being of our community while building companies here in San Antonio. That's the kind of impact we want Tech Fuel to have. Beyond investment, the program is also creating jobs in high-growth sectors. Companies to Tech Fuel now employ more than 250 people across industries like aerospace, biotech, cybersecurity, and advanced manufacturing. Look at Astroport Space Technologies, which now employs more than 150 people working on lunar infrastructure technologies. Or mGenesis, a biotechnology company that grew its workforce by 60% last year while advancing livestock reproductive technologies that improve global food production. These are high-skill, high-wage jobs that help strengthen long-term economic competitiveness in our region. Now let's jump into the startup competition, what it looks like. Each year we launch an open call for startups applications. We partner with organizations like Geekdom, which is represented by Charles Wooden today, he's the CEO. Organizations like Capital Factory. We work with nonprofit organizations in the community. We reach out to every corner of the city and the county. From the pool, we select 25 semifinalists. Those founders participate in what we call Founder Prep Labs, where they refine their pitch and prepare to raise venture capital, meaning that they do not just depend on the funding that is coming from the county. And this year, we're really proud to partner with Geekdom, a known entity here in San Antonio for launching multiple startups, which I myself launched my company from there. From the accelerator, we have a panel of venture investors that evaluate companies and selects 5 finalists who advance to the final pitch competition. This structure ensures that the company that win are not just good at pitching. We know, we've seen them all, right? But that are also prepared to attract larger investment, that are serious about their services and product, and continue growing after the competition here in Bexar County. This year, we're also expanding Tech Fuel to include a full day of programming called Tech Day. The goal is to bring together the entire regional ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem that is driving technology and the emerging industries forward in San Antonio and Bexar County. Sponsors and partners already include organizations like Active Capital, a venture capital firm here in San Antonio that just had their first major exit. We also have folks like Wells Fargo, Alamo Angels, and my company, Iris Technologies, sponsoring as well. Tech Day helps make entrepreneurship visible and accessible across the community while connecting founders directly with investors, mentors, and industry leaders. It also helps position Bexar County as a place where innovative companies can imagine themselves building a company, growing and scaling and hiring. Now let's jump into the budget real quick. Half of that funding goes directly into startup awards. The remainder supports workshops, programming, data collection, event infrastructure, and prepares founders to raise larger investment rounds and scale their businesses here in Bexar County. The way that the awards work is that the grand prize is $50,000, followed by additional awards to other finalists. For many early-stage founders, that early capital can make the difference between continuing to grow locally here in Bexar County or relocating to another market. I know the power of validation firsthand. My own company, Iris Technologies, as I mentioned, we started in a small office space at Geekdom in 2017, launching the 311 San Antonio mobile platform. We participated in Tech Fuel in 2019. Today, we have 87 employees, and we work with over 10, 15 consultants in Bexar County. totaling over 100 people that we engage with as a company. 20 of those employees live here in Bexar County, earning an average salary of about $80,000. That represents roughly $1.6 million in annual local payroll from just one company alone that interacted with this program, and that was my company. And by the way, I did not win the pitch competition. I was a semifinalist, but I met investors, advisors, and clients through that program that now enable me to employ 100 people here, not just in Bexar County, across the U.S., but with 20 employees based out of Bexar County. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. TechFuel is moving in the right direction. The program is helping founders access capital, build companies, and create jobs in Bexar County. And $200,000 is the budget that we're seeking. And I think we need much more investment into the world of innovation in San Antonio, especially with the emerging trends that we see in technology, especially when we see AI taking over so many jobs. AI literacy has become a priority, and I hope that all of you look at the investment that has to be done so that every corner of the city, the south side of San Antonio, the west side, the east side, the north side, downtown San Antonio, can get access to AI literacy. The tools, the role-based reskilling for our senior workers, and pathways for young people to learn how to use these tools. Otherwise, we're not going to stay competitive in the 21st century. With your continued support, we can ensure that the next major company that emerges from our region stays here and grows here. Thank you for your time, and now I want to introduce our chair from Tech Block, Will Conway.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. This is really exciting. It's so cool that you guys come together to do this. It's my first time here. Hopefully it won't be my last. So my name is Will Conway. I went to UTSA in 2003 to 2007, Rackspace in 2008. And then in 2017, we spun a company out of Rackspace that it had acquired called Mailgun. That company was bought by Turnover Capital for $50 million. And then in about 5.5 years later, we sold it for $2 billion to a company called Cinch. So suffice it to say, technology changed my life, and it's changed the life of a lot of other people too. As Beto mentioned before, TechFuel is a great opportunity for us to get out there and engage with our community. You're probably asking yourself, like, do you guys need to get involved in order for fundraising to happen for entrepreneurs? Probably not. That's not the most important aspect of what we're doing here. It is absolutely important, however, to make sure that we are engaged in the feedback loop of some companies in San Antonio. It used to be that to start a tech company, it took years and it took millions of thousands or millions of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. In AI, that's no longer the case. In AI, you can start companies in 2 to 4 months. And for the amount of money that we're funding, that may be all you need to get to product market fit. So for us right now, it's critical for us to stay in the feedback loop of the community and see what companies are being started. Where are they getting bogged down? Where can we go and help to make sure that they are getting through the hurdles that they need? So by us partnering with the county, this allows for all of us to get that visibility. We can all see what companies are up and coming and thriving. What are the products of those companies coming down the pike 5 to 6 years later? So this has been an absolutely invaluable way for us to get together. And now that we have programming that's going into TechFuel as well, we're not just going and hearing pitches. We're able to address what we think is the most important aspect of getting these entrepreneurs funded and then having them to go and scale. So, we're incredibly grateful that you guys have partnered with us in the past. We hope that you will continue to do so. Thank you so much.
I just want to congratulate Beto as the new head of the helm here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So
Appreciate
congratulations, and this is something we've been supporting for several years, so I'm happy to continue to support the good work that Marshall and Deborah are doing. So I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Yeah, just briefly, Judge. Beto, thank you for your leadership. I know we had a chance to visit recently, so I won't go into details or ask a bunch of questions publicly, but I think this court has shown a commitment to supporting the ecosystem there here in San Antonio with respect to growing emerging technology companies. We're excited about it. We look forward to your leadership, and hopefully I can make it out this year to see some of these amazing companies.
We would love to.
Yeah, I mean, it is, some of the numbers you just kind of ticked off just amazes me with respect to the potential for I know with AI, but just in general, growing business and the tech sector here in Bexar County. I think we're just at the tip of the spear, and we've got a lot more to go. So thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to supporting you.
Thank you, Commissioners. And it's thanks to your support, right? It's that long-term mentality about how we can invest in our people in San Antonio and our entrepreneurs. So thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Coward?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much, Beto, for a really great presentation. Let me start at the basic level. Tell us, where will the competition be? What day will it be?
Yes.
Let's just start there. Time.
Yes, absolutely. So we have Tech Fuel is going to take place at UTSA San Pedro, the building here next door. And that's going to be the competition where we're going to select the 5 finalists and they're going to pitch. And I welcome everyone to join us. That's going to be April 20th. So it's a Monday.
Okay.
And
April
I know
20th.
that it's during Fiesta, but we did it on purpose so that we can include also folks that are engaging in the downtown area or that are coming from outside of the Bexar County region. So that takes place on the 20th. That's
Okay,
Monday. And
you're basically getting like a TV commercial through this broadcast, right?
Yes, that's the purpose.
So has the deadline, if you want to pitch, has that passed already?
It has not, Commissioner. March 22nd is the deadline. It takes about 15 minutes to complete the application. We already have over 30 applicants, so we hope to see your application if you're interested in joining this program.
Yeah, why
Absolutely.
not? Maybe I should make an application. You know, I'm always cooking up something around here. No, but I think for the broader public, they need to know March 27th is the application deadline, because technology can have a transformative impact on your income and the trajectory of poverty in our city. And we definitely, I want to personally thank you for your vision that you talked with me about a couple of days ago. We are going to implement that. So we look forward to getting leaders to look at how we can improve our tech AI infrastructure for the future competitive market. One of the things that I was at the Urban Land Institute event at the Tobin, and the statistics indicated that we had dropped somewhat in terms of investment. It's mainly on the real estate side, but I imagine it coincides with a lot of other sectors. We dropped to like number 19 in the country. I think we were at some points in the top 10. And so things have slowed down significantly, and that's one of the reasons you may have heard me talk all morning about how can we help get this sector stimulated? How can we partner to do X, Y, and Z? So I just want to say, I think we're in sync. I think we are going to have new energy that will help our economy strengthen. And AI, with its disruptive nature, we really have to be very on top as a community because of the educational levels of our community being at the forefront of potential cuts. And how can we get ahead of that homelessness, that joblessness that could be as a result of the next 3 to 5 years, a tremendous amount of job potential cuts. But there also could be a tremendous gold rush if people understand some basic AI literacy, and that's, I think, a shared goal that we don't want to see this beautiful community become depressed because we didn't have leadership communicating where the world was going. So I want to thank you for your inspiration. We're going to follow through, and I look forward to also April 20th. It'll be just after tax day, so we'll look forward to getting rich.
Absolutely, and then we have April 21st, we have Tech Day taking place at Bowen Center. And spot on, Commissioner, in terms of investing in our community, when I think about industries like cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, aerospace, and biotech, I think there's a big possibility for upward mobility in our community. I see them as the modern trades. They don't require you to go to a 4-year institution to be competitive in those spaces. I, in my company, have employ people that have a certificate that takes a year to accomplish, and they get paid over $75,000. So we need to invest in those industries. We need to invest in AI literacy if we want to be competitive in the 21st century and in the next 10 years. So thank you, Commissioner, for your words.
Beto,
Yes, sir.
thank you for what you've done for this community, and thank you for your innovation with your own startup company, and you're an example of what a true public-private partnership can be. And you were one of the first people I talked to when I first became county judge. And so it's been a great journey to see how the tech industry, especially the tech fuel, the tech block, and Deborah Carter and Marshall Hoke, thank you from the Economic Development Department to make sure this public-private partnership. But more importantly, Beto, we're both Valley guys that done good, right?
That's right.
We've done good. And so one of the things that I would ask the court and the community is to always look from a regional perspective.
Absolutely.
And let's look at the common ties with our region, especially South Texas, all the way down to the Valley, because I think your company and your outreach has gone down to the Valley, and they're duplicating, so to speak, many of the initiatives that we have started here. So thank you for what you're doing, and I will continue to help support you and make sure us Valley guys, we done good. All right?
Thank you,
Commissioner
Judge, for
Moody.
your support. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Commissioner Moody.
Thanks, Judge. Again, I'll be brief. I know, Beto, thank you for your work and leadership on this, and to our Economic Development Department for all of their efforts. I know we've increased the funding over time for this, and you mentioned the need or the desire to expand it further. There are opportunities to lean on other partners, whether that's public or private, to help supplement this in the future.
Absolutely, Commissioner Moody, and that's the goal, right? I'm meeting with nonprofit leaders and private sector leaders so that we can continue to fund this program beyond the $200,000, right? I think for us is how do we look at it from an approach of measuring the outcomes, right? So when I talk about AI literacy, I know that there's a lot of funding opportunities, not just in Bexar County, but across the United States that we can bring to San Antonio. So yes, Commissioner Moody, we're not just going to depend on these $200,000 to accomplish those goals and measure those outcomes that we really want to bring to Bexar County. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, that's wonderful to hear, and appreciate your comment about measuring outcomes. I don't have to tell you, coming from the private sector, the importance of performance metrics and measuring outcomes, and so we can go ahead and sell this when it comes to the public investment, that we're seeing a return on investment when it comes to jobs, when it comes to capital investment, when it comes to construction here in our community. And I really do think there's a important role for Bexar County to play in all this in terms of setting the stage and creating a fertile environment for businesses to flourish here. So I'm happy to support this. I think as we can continue to go forward and think about what are the best investments that we can make, as a county, as a community, to ensure that we see that return on investment and make sure that, we have a fertile business environment that can continue to grow and create jobs.
Thank you, Commissioner Moody, and I agree, right? I think what it's important here is that we have a streamline of communication and that we collaborate with the county. So also, I seek your mentoring in terms of ideas that you have in your districts coming from your constituents, and we can implement them through Tech Blog. So feel free to always reach out to me. You have my phone number, my email address. Let's collaborate. Let's build consensus. Let's move Bexar County forward.
Commissioner Calvert.
Thank you. I apologize for taking the mic again, but I had some text messages from folks watching. Of course, there are people watching, actually. Good. Somebody's watching. And they said, you forgot to talk about the environment. Now, you and I know when we talked, that was the centerpiece of our conversation related to AI and the environment. I recently spoke in Miami at a conference talking about AI and water. And I think that it's important that I let the tech community understand that the very growing opposition to AI based upon its water consumption could be detrimental to the integration of AI within our economy and within our society.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, understanding that AI can be used to improve water savings, and I always believe from a policy standpoint and bringing people along standpoint that the use and the conservation of the environment, air pollutants, water, those things, if we can solve better with AI technologies, physical AI even, detecting leaks in systems and all kinds of other applications, it will help smooth the way. But we've also talked about the fact that there is different ways to cool. We may be using the worst, most expensive way.
You have some good ideas, by the way.
Thank you very much. You know, I just stay at a Holiday Inn Express, and every now and then, you know, we try to come up with something good. But, you know, we look at space and how there are certain applications. We know there's a latency in space, but there are applications where, you know, like as I said, if I do a search on AI, I don't need it instantly. I don't mind waiting for a satellite latency delivery from space. But we've talked about deep water. You know, obviously there's needs for desalination, but how that can be cleanly used without raising the temperatures of the earth. All of those things can be part of the discovery that we have in our backyard with SWIRI and many other institutions that are part of scientific innovation. So understand that when I talk about this new AI economy, it is comprehensive. And I think you share that same desire, because we both have a lot of living to do, and you got a little one now, a couple of little, yeah. So those little ones need to have an earth that is sustained for them as well. So absolutely. You can say whatever you want. I just wanted to address that issue.
No, absolutely. I mean, we had a long discussion about data centers, right? We talked about it, and I think that innovation and sustainability can coexist. Absolutely. But I think it also takes regulation. It takes government bodies to demand and put pressure to companies to evolve their sustainability practices. They do have the technology. They do have the know-how. It's about how soon they can deploy those sustainability practices, including recycling, desalination, and so many more that they're coming up with, that will ensure that we build a sustainable practice across the field of AI that includes data centers. And that's what I'm looking forward to, right? But that takes all of you. It takes the judge. It takes the city. It takes the mayor and the council members to express the interest in working and collaborating with these enterprises that are setting shop in San Antonio, in Bexar County, and demand those sustainability practices. Because I know across the aisle on the private sector, you know, they are open to that line of communication, and they want to ensure also that their children and grandchildren have a better earth in the next 50 years. But I think communication is key and collaboration is key, and having a strong fist in terms of what are the outcomes that you expect as a governing body. But you're spot on, and I support that, and TechBlog supports the sustainability outcomes, and of course, as AI grows, more usage of those data centers will be needed. So things of, yes, lunar exploration is an idea that is being thrown around. Sustainability practices, water desalination is one of the ideas that are being presented. We have to get creative, but we have to rush. We have to hurry up in order to create those sustainability pathways. But it starts also here. It starts in this room. It starts with the people demanding from their leaders and demanding from the private sector that we ensure a prosperous future and an environmentally conscious future. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Motion by Commissioner Clay Flores, second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion unanimously carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Cord, let me just try to, let's try to get through the rest of them, but we still have some individual items plus we have an executive session, so we'll figure this out as we move forward. So I'm going to move to agenda item number 7, which is filing for the record the following legal administrative documents directed to the Criminal District Attorney's Office to take action if necessary, A through
Move for
T.
approval.
So noted. Then we go to approval of the minutes for Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. Motion by Commissioner Calvert, second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right. We're at item 9, and I'm asking for some input from the court. We have a significant number of people who have signed up. We have, and I'm going to yield to the court because some of this, I believe, I have item 65, which is over 30 people, I believe, have signed up. I got item 70, which I have about 15 people sign up. And then we just have item 9, which is the general comments that people have signed up. There's about 5 of them there. So, Commissioner Calvert, would you like to make notes to help the people who have come to the court to be heard? I want to make sure be respectful to them, but at the same time, I believe there's a matter that I believe you and Commissioner Rodriguez would like to put on record. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Rodriguez and I worked together to get consensus on the court to add legal options for the county. Specifically, we added it to the resolution about compliance with law and standards. And so for those folks who are here to speak about the resolution, from my perspective, that now the county has bought into exercising legal options. And so we did email that last night to get a revised version, but that may modify some of your comments, or maybe you want to pass, but I think that opens the door for the county to work with legal institutions. There may be other comments. It's all healthy. We want to hear feedback from you, but I did want to thank Commissioner Rodriguez for working alongside to add the legal language back into the resolution. And I mean, I would say we should just bring it up. I think we can dispense of the resolution. Yeah. And if without objection, we can do item 65 and read the resolution, and then, you know, if those still want to speak, they can speak.
And what I would just add is, as you mentioned, Judge, there's a number of folks who've signed up. Certainly, you know, that's what we're here for. And if you desire to still speak on the item, but I think I guess in backing up what Commissioner Calvert said, some of the conversation and the emails I received were related to language that may have been in a early copy of the resolution. And Commissioner Calvert and I worked through last night to get in a clause that essentially, and I'll read it just for the record, it's under number 4 of the resolution, and it reads, the county may evaluate potential legal and policy options that ensure the rights of citizens and immigrants are maintained, which may include working with the City of San Antonio, residents, businesses, legal, nonprofit organizations. The county further urges DHS, ICE, and all relevant federal entities to ensure that any facilities or operations ultimately located within Bexar County are conducted in full compliance with applicable federal statutes, constitutional protections, and governing detention standards, including those related to detainee health, safety, due process, and access to counsel. So some of the feedback we had gotten on the early version was that we wanted to include that language, or the constituents, community wanted to include some language that gave us some legal options should we choose to pursue that. So thank you, Commissioner Calvert, for working with us on that. But again, you know, I don't know, Judge, if you want to take up that item now and hear from the folks who are here, but just know as you come up with your comments, if they're related to that language missing, it is now in the resolution.
You want to take it up, Commissioner Calvert? Are you asking 65 to be taken up? Is there any objections? I will now take up, and then citizens be heard. We're going to come back to you, all right? In light of...
You want to hear them?
Or...
Yeah, why don't we hear them?
Okay. All right, so in light of that, let us go down the list then. Cheryl Gonzalez. Cheryl, and then Robert Paget, you have yielded your time to Cheryl Gonzalez. Is that still your wish? Yes. All right. So Cheryl, you have Robert Paget. Is there anybody else that has yielded time to Cheryl Gonzalez? What's your name?
Pedro Ruiz.
What was the first? Rodriguez?
Ruiz.
Reese?
Yes.
Reese? Pedro Reese, okay. Pedro Reese, you yielding your time to Cheryl? Anybody else yielding time to Cheryl? All right, Cheryl.
I'm good?
9 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Judge Sakai, we have all heard the phrase, land of the free and home of the brave. Many of us learned it as children in school. But today, I want to pause and ask, what does the word free truly mean? If we look it up, free means not under the control of another, not confined, not in prison. So when we talk about detention centers holding families and children, are those children free? Facilities designed for 2,400 people have reportedly held thousands more. Among them are hundreds of children, toddlers, elementary school age kids, babies barely old enough to speak. They have names, they have favorite colors, they have dreams. They are not statistics. On January 28th of 2026, concerned residents of Bexar County traveled to Dilley to peacefully protest and stand in solidarity with detained children and their families. We gathered peacefully. There were children whistles and bubbles, reminders that we were advocating for kids. We locked arms and said, we are not criminals, we are peaceful protesters. And yet we were met with force. CS gas was deployed on civilians. Many of us suffered severe headaches, nausea, dizziness, and skin irritation. Some of those symptoms lasted for days. But beyond the physical impact was something deeper, a growing fracture in trust between residents and those sworn to protect them. When peaceful protest is met with chemical agents, it sends a message. When children are detained behind fences, it sends a message. When human beings are referred to as bodies, it sends a message. And the message is this: control matters more than compassion. Now we're hearing concerns that a warehouse near Houston Street and Loop 410 may be converted into an ICE detention facility. This is not just a policy debate. This is about the moral direction of our community. As a Bexar County resident and as a Latina woman, I am asking you to consider the long-term consequences of allowing such a facility in our backyard. Childhood trauma is not temporary. When I was 6 years old, my 8-year-old brother was shot while he was asleep. I was next door playing, and in the aftermath, I ended up in a stranger home for months. I didn't know if my family was alive. I didn't know if I would ever see them again. What I did know was fear. I knew what it felt like to cry consistently. I knew what it felt like to feel alone. I knew what it felt like to have my sense of safety ripped away overnight. That fear stays with you. Children separated from their families and placed in detention centers will remember those moments for the rest of their lives. They may grow up with anxiety, depression, nightmares, and distrust of authority. They may carry that trauma into adulthood. And trauma does not just affect individuals, it affects communities. So the question before you is not administrative, it is moral. What kind of county do we want to be? One that normalized detaining children, or one that prioritized dignity, transparency, and humanity? We cannot call ourselves free while accepting systems that confine children. We cannot build trust while expanding detention. We cannot heal community divides while creating new sources of trauma. Judge Sakai, today I respectfully ask you to stand with the residents of Bexar County. Commit publicly to opposing the creation of an ICE detention facility in San Antonio. Choose transparency, choose accountability, and choose humanity, because freedom must apply to all of us, or it means nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gabriel Gonzalez. Gabriel Rosales. Gabriel, come on up.
I thought I heard you say Gonzalez.
3 minutes.
First of all, I want to thank the Commissioners Court, Mrs. Clay, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Calvert. We're here to speak on behalf of the resolution. It's timely. So not only here, but you're leading as an example so that we can go across the state. This issue is not just impacting Bexar County. It's impacting our communities across the state. And I'm very proud of the LULAC membership, our national president, Palomares, to stand up in Hutchinson, Texas. We're moving across to Houston to mobilize our communities. So we do know how important this is. And this resolution being passed here can set the example for the rest of our communities, the rest of our state to go forward. Because again, it's not just Texas, it's across the country. So we need to stand up and, and stand against what's happening. So what we do know is that these concentration camps, right, have done horrible damage as is. Is it going to do damage? No, there already are. So we need to stand up and to continue to expose so that we can have accountability. It's understood. We can do very little. We're going to work together with you. Our national lawyers up in Washington, D.C., along with my local lawyers in the state of Texas, are going to continue to look for avenues to slow this down, because that pathway, right, is coming in November. We need to vote these people out. We need to stop the injustices of what's happening to our children and our community. This is unacceptable. It's a very emotional issue for us. It's taken me through an emotional roller coaster in having to take and intake calls. They're picking children up at your schools in the Harlandale Independent School District. They're picking children up in several of our school districts where I'm getting phone calls and feel very, very frustrated, that where's their relief? And so passing a resolution like this sends a strong message to our community that this County Commissioner Court cares, and I know you do. Thank you very much. Please support the resolution.
Claudia Sanchez. Claudia Sanchez. Claudia?
Good afternoon. Thank you to all of our commissioners for letting us speak on behalf of this very, very important issue. We are very concerned. My name is Claudia Sanchez. I'm the Texas LULAC Immigration Chair. And as we heard from before, we're hearing reports across the state of a lot of cases happening in our communities. Just yesterday, I got a call about a family out in the San Pedro area that they went into their house and arrested family members from that community, that area. And so we are concerned about how this detention center, we're hearing that there's going to be 1,500 beds in the facility. And right now we are in the ninth city in the nation with the most ICE arrests. So how is that going to impact our community, not just immigrant community, but as we've seen the reports of United States citizens being arrested, being incarcerated for days. That's, without the legal process, people that are sick in there, the children, pregnant women. I mean, we're going to be, God forbid, seeing that here in San Antonio, and we are very concerned about our communities, how that's going to impact our children as you heard before from our other community members. How is that going to impact our communities, the legal aspects? Tourism, as we've seen, is already declining. People are not going to want to come to San Antonio for fear that they're going to be questioned or detained just simply by their physical aspects, their looks. So we're asking our city council, our county commissioners, and our elected officials at the state and at the national level. We're working, we're calling, we're speaking to them, meeting with them right now to make sure how we can all work together and make sure that everyone is being protected of their rights, whether they're undocumented or not. We know whether you're undocumented doesn't mean you don't have any rights. You still have rights as a human being. You are not going to be treated without respect, without dignity, not being allowed to see doctors. Children are not being able to see doctors for up to 5 days with the fever. I mean, we have to put ourselves in their shoes. How would you feel if your children were running a fever for 5 days, not being able to see a doctor? And when you hear the cases over and over, so that's our concerns, and that's why we're here asking everyone to come together and make sure that we're following the laws and the laws are being applied correctly. And we thank you all for your time and for the work that you're doing in this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Elaine Cummings. Elaine Cummings.
So, thank you for the opportunity, Judge Sakai and the board members. I think you have a copy of my comments, and I really was here mainly to speak about putting the teeth back into the resolution, and you've done that, and so I'm not going to take up all of your time. But attached to my comments is my bio that indicates some ways that I can help. I'm also here to volunteer. I'd like to help with this. I have a lot to offer, I think, in this area. And so I hope you'll call me or text me or email me and have an opportunity to see how I could help. But again, I want to commend you for putting the teeth back into what was there.
Are you asking that this be made part of the record?
Yes, I would. Thank
Where's
you.
Lucy? Adame Clark, make it part of the record.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Doshi Piper. Doshi Piper? Dr. Piper, you were here a while ago. I think she left. She already left? Okay. Doshi, or?
She yielded her time to me.
Did you sign up? No, sorry. Deborah Montes Felder.
Either good morning or good afternoon. It's still good morning. Okay.
Good morning.
I have listened to or spoken to Commissioner Calvert, and I've written to my precinct Commissioner Rebecca Clay Forrest. And that email was sent to you, I don't know, your staff. I think I also sent it to your staff, Frankie. So I would like that entered into the record as well, if possible. But I'm here to also shine a light, I think, because DHS has done this in a very underhanded manner, in the dark, and they've done it across the nation. I've received information from the Save America movement, from Arizona. Maricopa County is also dealing with something like this, the concentration camps in their community. Georgia is also dealing with this, and there were others. New Jersey, I think, was another. Well, I would hope that you would shine a light as well, because they're operating in the dark, and I don't know how they purchased this thing, how they purchased the existing warehouse on the east side of town. But I think you ought to be concerned about those details. How did they do this? Where's the money trail? Who owns this? Where's the money going to go to? Because that concentration camp is going to be operated by the private sector. Where are those monies going? So I think that's important. And I think we don't have individually authority to get to the bottom of this. But as a group, as a community, we have a voice, a strong voice, to say, hey, what the hell is happening here? And it's an affront to someone who looks like me and has a name of Deborah Want This and my married name Felder, that you're putting this concentration camp in our community to house and detain and imprison people who look like me, who are hardworking people for the most part, the majority, and they're sending their kids to school. They send their kids to enlist in the Army, the Air Force, the Marines, whatever, to fight for our country. And this is an absolute insult. And I can clearly tell you, I'll tell you exactly what I think. ICE should be abolished. Their malicious hate is representative of the authorities that are allowing them this opportunity to go after people who look like me. And I just think it's an insult. So while you may have added to your resolution backs of legal authority in there to extend your reach of options, but the reality is I think Commissioners Court needs to take a stand and say, this is wrong. We don't need concentration camps. It's a sham. Now, what we need concentration camps for maybe would be for pedophiles, or child sex traffickers. We need those kind of concentration camps, and anyone who is involved in that. We need those big concentration camps, and we need a light shone upon that whole issue. And from whoever is involved, from the very top, from the Oval Office on down, needs to be detained and evaluated and questioned. So that's my take on this, and I hope Commissioner Court would, really exercise their authority and power, because on our own, again, we don't have it, but we all can join in this.
Thank you. Melody Packard. Melody Packard. Melody Packard? Okay, there she is. I don't know. Who's that?
Hello, Judge, Commissioners, and Court. Thank you for hearing me today. I am a constituent in Precinct 4. I have 2 points to bring before you today. First, I do not support ICE detention centers in our community. I agree with Agenda Item 65, formally expressing our strong opposition to the proposed detention facility center in Bexar County. Second, I urge you to prioritize the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund on your upcoming agenda and plan how you can renew this fund to provide vital legal services for our community. And I thank you for the work that you've done on it so far. As context for both of these points, I'd like to share a recent quote by Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons. Discussing detention centers recently, he said, quote, "We need to get better at treating this like a business, like Amazon Prime, but with human beings. This is a disgusting way to view human life. We have built internment camps here in Texas in our shameful past. We can't change this, but we can prevent it from happening again. I beg you to do the right thing. A great place to start is to renew the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund and oppose ICE detention facilities in our city using all of our available tools. Thank you."
Thank you. Austin Sheedy? Austin? How do you pronounce the last name?
Schutte.
Schutte, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Austin Schutte. I reside in District 10, Precinct 3. I've come here this morning to hopefully continue to do what my peers have done and what others have done before me, and that is to continue to ignite the spark of hope, the light of that torch that burns within us all. These days, my own torch has grown dim at the absurd sight of what our people have been through and are going through now. I think back to those lessons of America where I was taught that we are all one big melting pot. I think back to the Statue of Liberty and how she cries out with silent lips, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." 32 people died in ICE custody last year, and that's what's been reported to us. 11 people have died so far this year. There's been measles outbreak in the Daily Detention Center. For God's sakes, we owe all of them a dignified process to citizenship, not a concentration camp. We are a nation of and for immigrants. ICE is not welcome here. Please use all of the powers we have given you to stop this detention center from opening. And please use all the powers we have given you to renew the ILDF to ensure that we protect those who are kidnapped by ICE. All power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Hall. Zach Hall.
Hello, Judge Sakai and Commissioners Court. Appreciate you for having me today. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Just here to support. Same thing everybody else is. Vote yes on item 65. ICE doesn't belong here. If any other 23-year-old went through the streets shooting people in the face, they'd be arrested and put through prison. This is crime. Please add the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund to the agenda as soon as possible and vote yes on that so that we can support our people as much as we possibly can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ronald Farnsworth. Ronald Farnsworth.
I am yielding my time to Martha Speaks.
Okay, all right. I got it. Priscilla Olivares.
My name is Priscilla Olivares with the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. Our organization is a member of SA Stands. I'm asking commissioners to do everything in their power to stop ICE from opening the warehouse. Let me be clear, ICE is attempting to make a permanent investment in detaining and deporting our community. If this warehouse opens, it will mean more of our residents targeted, more unlawful detentions, and more deportations of individuals and families. ICE will do everything in their power to fill this facility because that is what they do. Detaining and deporting families is a business to them. Currently, ICE is detaining more than 70,000 people in its existing network of detention centers, and it is seeking to detain more, including here in Bexar County. So if Bexar County does not do everything in their power to stop this facility from opening, it will remain open for the foreseeable future. You mentioned the resolution is looking to pursue all legal options. One of those options should include renewing the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. The opening of the warehouse will also mean more arrests of residents, and more individuals will need legal representation. More denied due process. More Bexar County families and children denied the benefits of family unity, the benefit of a family breadwinner, and these benefits, and the benefits these individuals bring to our county. The warehouse highlights the urgency to renew the county's Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. We cannot let Paxton's baseless lawsuit, which a local judge already ruled against, stop or delay the fund's renewal. Today, you just celebrated Gideon versus Wainwright and issued a proclamation saying the right to counsel is foundational to ensure everyone has their day in court. There is no right to appointed counsel in immigration proceedings, so it falls to our leaders to uphold the principle of due process. Bexar County did this in 2022 when you created the historic Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. As of last month, the fund has expired, even though it is clear the litigation is going in the county's favor. This means more families are at risk of being deported. This means we are at risk of losing the benefits these immigrants provide. As enforcement increases, we are at risk of losing so much. And so I'm asking the county to remain steadfast in its commitment to due process for all. Do not back down, be courageous, and stand firm to our constitutional principles. I'm also asking county commissioners to demand a full environmental review the ICE warehouse will have on our county before it opens. Industrial warehouses do not have the sewage and water infrastructure to ensure basic health for the 1,500 people who will be detained at this facility. The warehouse will threaten to overwhelm local water and sewer system infrastructure, leading to harmful pollution into our waterways. The warehouse will result in the diversion of local resources our communities need to meet their basic needs, resources you have all promised your constituents you will fight for. Residents demand answers from ICE. The county should pursue all legal options to compel ICE to provide these environmental reviews. We deserve transparency, and ICE must be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly. Molly. No? Molly?
Your Honor, I signed up on 9 on a different topic and also 65.
Okay. What?
She signed up on 9 and 65.
65.
Do you want me to talk about both
Okay.
topics?
But that's not Molly, right? What's your name?
Molly?
Oh, you're Molly?
I did
Sure.
9 and
Do you want to speak now, or you want to speak?
on both topics? Oh, just 65.
Okay, well, you signed up for this. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Or 65? Okay.
Yes.
Got it, okay. Just quick point on number 65. If you tell me that ICE agents is not racial profiling, that is completely and totally false. I myself have never experienced it, but I myself had experienced ICE agents that were following me one night, and they were trailing me, and yeah, I was scared, sorry. I was very scared, and I don't know why, but I chose to go to a police station, non-SAPD, and as soon as I rode up on that police station property, I saw the two unmarked SUVs that were following me. One was still parked over here, and the other one took off. And then eventually the other one finally left when they realized I was getting help from that non-SAPD police station. So yeah, ICE agents do racial profiling. And I understand the president says that we need boots on the ground up in Israel or in Iran. Go send the ICE agents over there. Send them there. Just go send them over there. We don't need them here in Bexar County. But I'll talk to you about number 9 when you call it.
Sarah Ramirez.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Ramirez, and I oppose the opening of any ICE processing and/or detention centers in Bexar County. I've been a nurse for 11 years, and most of my experience has been with kids. Hearing about how the children have been treated, or lack thereof, at Dilley is abysmal. Putting children through any sort of detainment is traumatizing. Taking parents and family members away from children is traumatizing. Besides the trauma these children and adults are going through, they are getting sick, and there's a lack of adequate medical care being provided. The amount and quality of food isn't great, living conditions are far from sufficient, and there have been reports of agent on detainee assaults within the facilities. People of San Antonio are already nervous about going out in public to shop to allow their children to continue going to school due to the possibility of being detained regardless of immigration status. My mom and brothers, who live in Nueces County, visit me frequently. She opted to take one of my brothers, who is darker skinned, out of public school and homeschool him instead. She, who is also dark skinned, doesn't shop in store. She does curbside or sends one of my other brothers, who is light skinned like I am, in to do the shopping. If an ICE processing and/or detention center opens in Bexar County, she will no longer feel safe visiting me. This is not something I want to happen. I don't want San Antonio, the place that I have called home for the past 3 years, to be known as a city with an ICE facility. I don't want to live in a city with an ICE facility. Thank you.
Darcy Walker. Darcy Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Why do we need so many ICE facilities, over 200 now across the country? I keep hearing that the president wants to restrict voting for the midterm elections. What better way to block voting than to arrest peaceful citizen protesters before early voting starts, then bus them in chains to a detention camp out of town, maybe to Dilley, then hold them until voting is over so they can't vote. Then ICE can pursue charges or drop charges as long as the peaceful citizen protesters' right to vote was blocked. And if you think holding peaceful citizen protesters so they can't vote is just crazy talk, it's no crazier than some policies coming out of Washington. I am a frequent peaceful citizen protester. I don't have friends or family right now in immediate danger of detention. This is my personal take on creating even more detention camps which can later be used to hold citizens who object. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Flores. Rebecca Flores.
Hey, Rebecca. Hey, it's good to see you.
Good morning.
Congratulations on your races. I want to thank Commissioner Calvert and for the resolution that you introduced, and of course the changes that I think some of you worked on to make it stronger, because we absolutely have to make it stronger, and we have to use all the force that we have, all the power that we have in this city, in this county, to make sure that the west side, that the east side detention center does not see the light of day. I know processing plants. We've been looking at those since 2014. The processing plants that existed in the border are horrendous. They call them ice houses. And that's what they're planning on doing here, where they keep people in ice-cold situations with nothing to cover themselves. They keep children in those same situations in cages. Do we want to see that here in San Antonio? I don't think so. And they continue to exist in the valley, in McAllen. We cannot allow that to happen. We cannot allow that to happen. I frankly am shocked to hear, because I'm sure you know what's going on. You see the media as much as I do. But in the ICE, the immigration courthouse on Nueva in De La Rosa, they pick up people who go in to check in. They say, well, it's time to check in. Come on in, check in with at the court. And they pick them up there. There is a big bus sitting on the side of the parking lot where they force these folks who are checking in into those buses and on over to detention centers. And that's who is now in Dilley and every other detention center in the country. Those folks who thought they were asked to go and report in, and they did so, and then they were sent to detention centers. Most of the people that are in detention centers have not committed any crimes. They missed it. They didn't pay a parking ticket or something like that. Are y'all listening?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So I am personally shocked that the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund has not been renewed. I guess they've been out of funds now for 2 months. And I guess I want to ask the question, why hasn't it been renewed? With the hundreds of people that are sitting in these detention centers here in the state of Texas, many of them from San Antonio, why hasn't that fund been renewed? I'd like to find out when it's going to be renewed. This is an emergency. We are sitting in a terrible situation, and we have got to get all of you who are elected and can do this. I just watched $2.5 million being given for some sign on the west side to attract tourists. And why can't we do the same thing on this issue that's so important to us? I really want to hear a good response about that funding being renewed and immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vox Rose, and I understand, Rose Sanchez, you've yielded your time to Vox Rose. Vox? Are you Vox?
My name is Enyotis, and I'm going to be ceding my time to Vox Rose.
Okay, what was your name again?
Enyotis Ruiz. ENJOLRAS.
Okay. What was the last name?
Can you say your name again?
Enyotis.
Can you spell it?
ENJOLRAS.
And his last name Ruiz?
Yep.
Okay, you're yielding time to Vox?
Yep, yielding time to Vox.
And Rose, are you yielding time?
Yes, my name is Rose Sanchez. I'm yielding my time to Vox Rose.
Okay. Anybody else yielding time to Vox? All right, Vox, 9 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, Judge Sakai and Commissioners. My name is Vox Rose of District 8, but I grew up all my life in District 2, and I'm here to speak in uncompromising support of Item 65. I want it on the record, Bexar County should categorically reject any form of detention center, internment facility, or so-called processing center for migrants or community members. Let's stop hiding behind soft language. What we are really talking about are peonage camps and internment camps placed where human beings are caged, sorted, and exploited under color of law. These facilities do not have the sewage capacities to house humans, and we also asked to renew the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. These are not neutral buildings, these are engines of trauma. They are designed to disappear people, to isolate them from their families, their communities, and their rights. When you build a peonage camp, you are not protecting the public, you are institutionalizing cruelty. I also want to uplift and second the position that Councilmember Jayla McKee Rodriguez has taken in the city context, the call for a moratorium, rather than a simple code change. A minor code tweak is what you do when you want to say you did something without actually changing the power dynamics. A moratorium is what you do when you recognize the harm is so serious you must stop, full stop, and give the community time and space to rewrite the rules. I'm asking this court to match that level of courage at the county level. Take the moratorium approach seriously. Put a halt to new detention-related facilities of any kind while real community-led process builds lasting protections. Now, I want to talk about who these peonage camps actually target. Children and families. We like to pretend this is about dangerous criminals and national security, but in practice, it's kids watching their parents dragged away in the middle of the night. It's teenagers locked in cages for months, missing school, losing language, losing faith in any idea of justice. It's toddlers learning the sound of a guard's boots on concrete before they even learn to read. Every time we allow another carceral facility to open, we are making a decision about what childhood looks like in Bexar County. Do children here grow up believing that they belong, or that they are one mistake, one raid, one database match away from being locked in a metal room? When you prove the infrastructure of detention, you are signing off on childhoods under siege. It doesn't just stop at physical cages. We are building digital cages too. I'm talking about surveillance technology, facial recognition, camera, automated license plate readers, fusion sensor databases, predictive policing software, data sharing agreements with DPS, ICE, and private vendors. These tools are consistently inaccurate and discriminatory, especially against Black, Brown, and Indigenous and immigrant communities. They misidentify people of color at high rates. They flag suspicious behavior that's just ordinary life in a working class neighborhood. Imagine a kid walking home in a hoodie, a mom driving an old car with an out-of-state plate, a family gathering in a parking lot after work. These become digital red flags that feed biased algorithms, which then justify more stops, more questioning, more arrests, and more separation. It's a feedback loop of criminalization dressed up as innovation. So I'm going to ask the court to do two things. Draw a hard line at peonage camps. Draw a hard line against digital peonage, mass surveillance without consent, oversight, or effective safeguards. This means real data protection rules, strict limits on collection, real transparency about what systems we use, independent audits for racial bias, clear bans on certain tech like facial recognition in sensitive spaces, and absolutely no backdoor data pipelines to ICE. Judge Sakai, I want to talk to you directly. You have spoken publicly about your own family's experience with World War II internment and what it means when a government decides an entire group of people is a suspect. You know in your bones what a camp looks like. The loss of a home, the humiliation, the generational trauma, that legacy That legacy should not just be a story for speeches or commemorations. It should be a compass for how this community treats migrants and communities of color right now. I ask you and the commissioners to turn every stone to ensure this camp and any future ones are not possible. For the folks obsessed with the economic state, for San Antonio's economic state, it's a damn shame you backed Project Marvel as some jobs savior. You claimed it brings opportunity, but it funnels public resources into low-wage, menial positions while higher-paying community-rooted work gets ignored. And let's talk about I-1 industrial zoning, because that's where the real games get played. I know the power to rezone this sits with the city, not with this court, but that doesn't let you off the hook. You can either sit quietly while I-1 gets used as a dumping ground for low-wage industry and peonage-style logistics sites, or you can use your platform to demand better, oppose contracts, oppose county participation, and openly lobby for I-1 land near our communities to be converted to C1 and C2 commercial space for community business and higher wage work, not cages. If you claim you care about economy, then stop hiding behind jurisdiction and use the power you do have to keep peonage infrastructure out of Bexar County. You have shown through economic development trips and high-profile initiatives that you're willing to put Bexar County on the map for international investment in big projects. I'm here to say if we can mobilize that level of energy and funding to court out corporations, we can absolutely mobilize it to protect children, fund legal services, to invest in housing, to create real alternatives to incarceration and surveillance. If we can fly across oceans to build relationships for industry, we can certainly walk across towns to build relationships with these communities targeted by these policies. At the same time, some of these projects that this county has entertained or supported signal a dangerous comfort with carceral and surveillance logic. If we can find millions for new tech toys, for law enforcement, for armored vehicles, for watchtowers and cameras, intelligence systems, then don't tell us there's no money to keep kids out of cages. There's no money for mental health, no money for youth programs, no money to keep families housed and together. We need to be honest about the state-level machinery driving this. Governor Greg Abbott and Attorney General Ken Paxton have turned the border and migration into a permanent campaign stunt. Operation Lone Star is a pipeline of criminalization, arresting asylum seekers for trespassing, staging show-of-force patrols, rerouting public funds into militarized theatrics. They call it security, but for families on the ground, it looks like fear, harassment, and the constant threat of separation. And as Abbott said, Texas is the blueprint. This county can either be a willing partner in this agenda or a line of resistance. You don't control Austin, but you do control what you legitimize here. You control whether data from our community ends up in state and federal dragnets. You control whether we add more jail beds, contract with more private detention players, or privately accommodate new peonage infrastructures under the guise of economic opportunity. So here is my ask and my warning as someone who cares deeply and who will remember this vote. Vote yes on item 65 and make clear that Bexar County will not host peonage camps, not now, not later, not under some rebranded euphemism. Move towards a policy framework that freezes new detention related facilities and opens a real community-driven process for long-term protections. Do not contract with the companies that run these camps. Have private equity in these camps. Commit to strong data and surveillance protections. No face recognition, no secret data sharing, no unchecked digital expansion, no unchecked digital policing tools that target Black, brown, and immigrant and poor communities. Redirect energy and funding away from carceral solutions towards housing, healthcare, education, youth programs, reinstating the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund, and community-based things that reinstate community-based safety, things that actually keep children and families safe. I'm not here to beg for decency, I'm here to demand it. If you build peonage camps, physical or digital, you will be remembered for that. If you choose to protect children, to shield families from cages and rage and constant surveillance, you will be remembered for that too. Be the line that can't be crossed. Be the hot iron that burns peonage out of our future instead of branding it into the next generation. Thank you.
Martha speaks. Martha speaks. Now, I've got people yielding, so I have Fred Hofstra. You're yielding. Ronald Farnsworth, are you yielding? And Cher McGray? All right, is there anybody else yielding to Martha?
Your Honor, I'm Fred Hofstadter. I'd like to take one of my minutes and then leave the rest to Martha, if that's
No,
okay.
either yield or speak.
I'll speak.
Okay, what's your name?
Fred Hofstadter.
Okay, all right, Fred. We'll let Martha go, and then we'll let you go, all right?
Thank you, sir.
Who else is wanting to yield? What's your name? And your name? Thomas May. Okay. Got it. Thomas Mays. All right. I believe, Kate, we got 4, Martha, and 3 people. So, Martha, you have the floor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before I begin, I'd like to tell you how much I love local government and how much I have enjoyed the hour and a half, 2 hours we've spent this morning before listening to everybody who's talking right now, to all the magnificent things that we've achieved in this community through culture and industry. I especially appreciate, I'm sorry, the allergies are getting me. I especially appreciate the time and attention that you gave to all of the presenters, the friendly and positive interaction where you envisioned together at great length with many people what the future of this city could be. Having been on that other side of promoting nonprofits to government, I know all about those slick presentations that they brought, and I think they're wonderful, and I'm not being sarcastic about that. I'm full in on local government. However, I wish that the people who are standing behind me today discussing 65 had the same kind of opportunity as all of the industry and cultural representatives that we saw earlier today, where there is this interchange and interaction with you, and we talk together about how we can make this city great. So if I had my wish, this would all kind of be redone, and we'd have a real community conversation. But the question at hand is not all of the obscenities that are being presented by the presence of ICE and the suggestion of having a concentration camp, a detention center, whatever you want to call it. Those obscenities have been very well documented long before we got here and reiterated today with the emotional testimony of people who have spoken to you. And I hope you're paying attention to that. But here's something I don't get to drop in conversations at cocktail parties very often. I have a PhD in social welfare policy from an Ivy League university. And my recommendation, having reviewed the 3 iterations of your policy, that is the resolution you've proposed today, is that you not approve it today. For the most basic reason, and that is just a few minutes ago, I got to see what you're going to be voting on today. I saw Commissioner Calvert's, that was a good try. I saw Justin Rodriguez's version of that, completely defanged it, very disappointing. Now you've come to something that you want us to give our approval to, and maybe we should, but we should not do that until we've all had a chance to read it, and it wasn't available until late last night. But going on and showing off my PhD in social welfare policy, I would like to say to you that this is not a resolution, this thing that you've written. A resolution expressed some kind of resolve, a position, a plan, a determination to guide or direct us towards something, at the very minimum, to hold fast to an ethical position. This document, after all its whereases and therefores, says this, and I'm going to paraphrase for you what it says since I'm an intellectual and I have a PhD. Dear federal government, or whoever is bothering to read this document, we are concerned that you have disregarded all laws and customs related to the purchases of a property in Bexar County. We really wish you would show us a little respect because there are laws about this and we think it would be problematic. Quote, it raises serious concerns related to potential impacts on the Bexar County community, including impacts emerging from emergency preparedness, water and sewage infrastructure, electricity usage, traffic management, and public safety resources. Let's see what's missing. Oh, human atrocity. That was overlooked. I guess this next paragraph that I'm going to paraphrase for you summarizes what your resolution is. And here's what paragraph 6 says. Intergovernment dialogue, quote, Despite opposition, Bexar County supports constructive intergovernmental communication among federal, state, and local governmental entities to facilitate informed decision-making regarding significant matters affecting the Bexar County community. Now, let me paraphrase that one for you. Dear federal government, or whoever is bothering to read this document, let us know if you have time to get together for a chat. We like to talk about these things. We elected you, and I know you don't need to be reminded this, but I just want to pass up the opportunity, to be leaders who represent the wishes of the people, to support and defend the Constitution. I was here complaining about this about a month ago, and all of you assured me that you understand because you take an oath to support the Constitution. But when I look at this, what I see is something that is weak and passive. It not only jeopardizes the physical and health standards of our community, the resolution's weakness and passivity jeopardizes democracy. We have to fight for what is right. The statement, and it is a statement, it's not a resolution because it shows no resolve, does not begin to do that. It does not begin to solve a problem. So I recommend to my colleagues back here that they do not support your resolution, at least until they have an opportunity to read it, because what I read a few minutes ago is very different from the two iterations that I saw, and I can't imagine why we could responsibly support you in approving something that we haven't seen. And then again, if it has no teeth, if it's just a suggestion and not a resolution, why bother approving it? Thank you.
Thank you. Fred Hofstetter? Fred?
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Hofstetter, and Judge Sakai, your family knows about this from a personal point of view. My father was born and raised in San Antonio, went off to World War II, and was in the Judge Advocate General Corps. He investigated war crimes in Europe, and he served in the War Crimes Commission, prosecuting war criminals and the local governments that allowed concentration camps in their cities after World War II. He watched, or he heard of all the local governments and the populations who turned a blind eye to concentration camps in their jurisdictions. They just acted like they weren't there. Now we find ourselves citizens of this county, and you, our elected representatives, at the same decision point. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonah Wilson Leos. Jonah?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jonah Wilson Leos. My great-grandmother, my family has been here since the 1800s. My great-grandmother was a founding member of LULAC. My great-grandmother was a member early on in ACOG. She was also a board member of the Carver Cultural Center. This city and my family has a long, storied tradition of protecting those who are oppressed. And now ICE wants to build a detention city on the street that my family lives on. My grandmother, who was a princess for LULAC in her early life, lives on Clark Street. My cousin and his wife and his baby live on Brigsby. My tia and my tios, they live on Brigsby. My other tio and tias live on Brigsby. And now you want to put this, and now we are allowing this concentration camp to be built in our communities. And I would like to thank you for passing the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund back in 2021. That was 5 years ago. And as a board of minorities, you know it is not good enough. It is not enough to just be good one time. You have to show up every single day, and history has a long memory, and it will not just remember the one time that you showed up, but it will remember every way that you failed, and you do not have that option. You do not have the option to not be adequate, not when your city is in danger, not when my family's city is in danger. You have to be enough.
Thank you. Deborah Strain. Deborah Strain.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Strain, and I am in support of any efforts made by the Commissioners Court to prevent the opening of ICE detention centers here in Bexar County. Current conditions at ICE processing and detention centers are constantly making headlines. 911 calls for medical attention not being provided by the private for-profit entities like CoreCivic and Geo Group will increase strain on an already overburdened system. In addition to the strain on our EMS system, we can expect impact on existing infrastructure such as the roads surrounding the facility, our already questionable electric services, and rapidly dwindling water supply thanks to AI data centers. I have seen time and time again during my work after the July 5th flood and in the wake of ICE kidnappings of our neighborhood, how the community steps up and shows up when the government fails. I know that the community will continue to show up when the government fails us again. I will leave you with the same question I posed to Mayor Jones. Have you already begun your statement for when the first community member is unjustly murdered by untrained agents in the street? What about for when the first reports are received from the detention center about detainees being raped, strangled, or denied medical care in the facility, or when it becomes a public health threat due to the outbreak of a highly communicable disease? I have been working alongside several amazing groups of people who I know will not sit idly by as this facility is opened and the presence of ICE increases, because they are not sitting idly by now, if today's testimony is any indication. So perhaps when you're at home safely at the end of this long day of testimony, think about what you'll say. Will you be able to say that you did everything possible to prevent these deaths, this harm to members of our communities? Because if this facility opens, it's not an if, but a when you'll need to release that statement. Thank you.
Antonio Diaz. Antonio. What's that?
He gave me his time.
Okay. All right. So, Diana, that's you, right? What's that? Is Antonio here?
Yeah, Antonio's giving his time to Diana.
Okay. All right. All right. Diana, then let's go. Antonio's yielding time. Let's go.
First, I want to thank God because this land belongs to Him, doesn't belong to nobody. It belongs to Him. And us, I want to say we're not illegal here. We've been here. We weren't discovered. We're not savages. We've been here. We've been oppressed so much, and yet we just got recognized by the city and you all that we're here. Indigenous people are here. Thank you for that. Because we've been here forever. My ancestors were kept at the San Jose Mission. My ancestors from my dad are Floresville. I am Flores. But right now we are going through a lot of chaos. A lot of stuff is going on. A lot different stuff is going on right now with it. All of us. You are a humble man, Peter Sakai. And I just want to say, we don't need another ICE facility, warehouse or whatever here. I don't want to be scared because I went to the store somewhere and I forgot my ID or my papers, if you want. We shouldn't be going through that. I come to you because we don't even know what's going on in those warehouses. They don't let the people in. Federal government shouldn't be that way with the people. We should all be a one team, one race, one human race. You were seated at your seats. You were elected to these seats. All you government people, by the people. And you're supposed to be doing justice for the people. Because we set you in those seats. Yet, you don't want us to march, you don't want to hear from us, and you ignore us a lot. But yet, yes, we set you in those seats to do justice for the people. We say the Pledge of Allegiance. Do you really mean that pledge? Or you're just saying it and just get along with whatever? Because either way, you're going to do what you choose. You don't choose for the people. You choose for yourselves. And that's not right. You're supposed to do for all of us. We're all here. We're all God's children. And there's only one God for everyone. Whether you believe or you don't, there's still one God, and He's still in control. Y'all what's going to happen to the people that are around this warehouse? We already have 2. Have y'all checked up on those buildings, see how they're treating the people in there? They're all human. We all bleed the same. When we die, we're not going to take nothing. Money is the root of all evil. But yet, we still need it to survive, right? To pay our bills and everything. If you don't do justice for us, we have to take it into our hands and march for justice. Because you don't give us justice. I attended the march, Women's March, because it was Women's Month. Because we all have to take up on ourselves to help our families. Some of them have to take the role of both, father and mother. We need help. All of us. You're a team. You're not separated. If you're separated, then you're divided, and then it's no good. You need to unite. We all need to unite, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Christine Weldy. Dr. Weldy? Dr. Christine, are you here? No? Okay. Oh, Christine? Is she here? What?
Christine Well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or is it afternoon now? So, my name is Dr. Christine Weldy. I initially was relying on my colleagues to speak, but there's been a little bit of confusion on what we are actually voting on. So let me ask for clarity. So many people have spoken very, very passionately about not voting no for an ICE detention facility in San Antonio. So is that what is on the agenda? Because so when they gave their vote and say, I vote no for agenda item 65, that's what they understood was the agenda. I tried to get clarity out in the hall with the staff, and there was, again, some confusion. I believed coming into this meeting that what item 65 was, is do we support the recently rewritten resolution, and are we voting yes on the resolution as written, or are we voting no because we don't agree with the resolution as written because it's too weak? So that was what my position was. I do not support the resolution as written. The language is too weak for all the reasons Martha Spinks mentioned. But let me just, just for some clarity here. So the original resolution said, we will exercise every legal action we can to ensure congressionally mandated processes are followed, encouraged, and it goes on from there. Very strong language, right? The new one says, the county may evaluate as appropriate potential legal and policy options. Okay? This, for me, says it all. That paragraph must be strengthened. We must tie them up in litigation because there are so many red flags related. So I'm going beyond just the obvious moral implications of having a detention concentrations camp in San Antonio, Texas, but I'm talking about the fact that our taxpayer dollars paid $66 million for a facility that sat vacant, I am told, for 3 years and was valued at $37.6 million. Really? We paid $28 million more? And isn't that like a huge flashing red flag? We probably should investigate this and call for an investigation, call for legal action on why that happened. Then we get into the acquisition process where they use this very nebulous Navy contract and acquisition process. As someone worked for DOD, I know about contracting requirements. We should investigate that. We should call for an investigation of that. We should demand legal action that looks into that with the goal of preventing the opening of this ICE detention facility ever. Okay? There
Time
was
has expired.
Yeah, language about an environmental impact study. That's another area that needs to be explored. Thank you.
Is she done? No? Is that her? Okay.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Solis, and I'm a volunteer with the Rapid Response Hotline. I'm here today to speak on two urgent demands. One, to do everything in your power to stop the ICE detention warehouse that is being looked at on the east side, and to renew, but also increase the funding for the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. So as a volunteer for the hotline, I get to see how we get over 100 phone calls a month. I can tell you what some of those stories sound like. I can't tell you each one by one. There's just not enough time. But they're all a different version of a nightmare being lived by your residents. I have wives sobbing because their husbands were grabbed on their way to work. I have students asking, how can I get my mom to come home? I have fathers asking about getting their partners out of jail. They're alone, struggling to keep the family together. People are unable to feed their families. People are unable to see their babies. People are losing their homes because they've lost breadwinners or the dual income they need to have their needs met. And they're all searching for due process. They call us asking for resources. How can I find a lawyer to get my partner out so we can keep our families together, our lives together, our business together? And there's hardly anyone I can turn them to because the funding is very limited. Most of the people that call us are telling us that their loved ones were taken not while they were running away from the law. They were driving to work. They were riding to school. They were doing a grocery run. And ICE kidnapped them on the streets. DHS is working with ICE to turn our streets into hunting grounds, and this is affecting our city. Just this morning, while I was sitting right here outside on these benches, I took a call from a man trying to get his wife out of detention. He said that she's been there 2 months, he's home alone with their babies, and he told me something that we all should already know, and if we don't know, it's because we're not paying attention to what's going on in our city. He lives and works near the airport, and he tells me the streets are empty every single day. Restaurants are closing early or closing down completely. His kids and their friends, they don't play in the park anymore. Everyone's afraid to go outside. People are locked up inside their homes for months, only coming out when they need to get groceries. ICE and DHS, again, have turned San Antonio streets into hunting grounds, and our communities are prisoners in their own homes. This is the community picture that is not just in this area near the airport, but all across our city. And who is dealing with the fallout of this terror campaign? It's not the federal government, it's not DHS, and it's not ICE. It's us. It's your residents. It's the unpaid volunteers organizing, trying to help people where they can. It's the overworked advocacy groups and the underfunded legal aid groups like American Gateways and Immigrant Legal Resource Center. We're all trying our best to hold our community together while this federal agency is tearing our community apart. The ILDF is the only legal lifeline these families have.
Time has expired.
Okay, well, let's stop the 1,500 detention warehouse because it's only going to lead to more detentions, more destruction, and we need to fight like cities all around this country are trying to fight back.
Thank you. Luthen Hashimpul? Lutham? Did I pronounce it right?
No, it's Lithium.
Lithium,
Yes.
excuse me. Lithium.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Hello, my name is Lithium Nicole Hashimpur Ledesma. I am a first-generation immigrant, and as an immigrant, I know that undocumented individuals are not criminals. They are simply people who want a better life. And in fact, according to the American Immigration Council, as of 2026, 73.6% of undocumented individuals who are in detention centers have no criminal record. People have died in these facilities, and as a citizen, this doesn't make me feel safe. This makes me feel afraid. These facilities don't protect citizens, they detain them. More than 170 citizens have been detained as of this year. If you want citizens to be protected, don't build concentration camps. If you want them to be safe, if you want us to be safe and protect us from our communities and stuff, renew the legal defense fund. And I implore you to see the injustice that this administration has brought upon us. We don't want another death camp. We don't want more death. As the court, I ask all of you, from one human being to another, I implore you to use everything you can to stop ICE detention centers warehouse from opening on the east side, as well as renew the Immigration Legal Defense Fund to ensure that our neighbors have access to legal representation. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Isa Lee? Is it Isa Lee? Did I pronounce that right?
Hi, good afternoon, Judge Sakai, Commissioners. I haven't prepared a statement, but just like many here, I've come to speak on item 65. I ask that you please ensure that the language for the resolution in defense of the immigrant legal defense is strengthened to ensure that that it honors the demands of our community, the overwhelming demands. Our position well. We've been taking to the streets. We've shown up at council sessions, session after session. Students have walked out of their high schools all across San Antonio. Allowing ICE warehouses in San Antonio would be a blight on the city's history. And, and it's sending a very clear message to the youth in this city. And I hope that you take that into consideration. And we ask that you do everything in your power, everything in your creativity to block these warehouses. Thank you.
Thank you. Elsie Martinez. Is it Elsie or Elise Martinez? Yeah, how do you pronounce that? Ilse. Okay, sorry.
Sorry. All right, good morning, guys. Good afternoon. My name is Ilse. I'm a lifelong resident of San Antonio. I'm a social worker. I'm a daughter of immigrants. I'm here to speak on two things. Like everyone else has said, the Legal Defense Fund expired. And first of all, I want to thank y'all for your work that you've done in the past in creating it and funding it. But it's expired and it needs to be renewed. It needs to be renewed ASAP because like other people have said, the calls that we get from the Immigration Detention Center are awful. We have people desperate for their parents, for their partners that have been locked up for months, that want their families to be represented by legally. Because I've dealt with the immigration system. I know how unfair it is. I know that ICE is just getting people without any type of, with no legal jurisdiction. They're just grabbing people in the street, they're grabbing citizens, and they're putting them in these inhumane conditions. There's no need to have these concentration camps here in San Antonio, or ever. They're not designed for anything other than just torturing immigrants, terrorizing our communities like they've done for decades. There's no need to have this in San Antonio because like somebody else said, once it's created, it's going to stay created, and all it's going to do is just create a demand to fill those beds, and it's going to be terrorizing San Antonio more than they've already done. ICE is already going to grocery stores. They've been in via buses, in case you guys didn't know. I work with immigrants, and they've told me how they've gone into the via bus, looked around, and then left. So I don't know what is being done there. They're afraid to drive. They're afraid to go anywhere, shop. And so people that only care about the economy here in San Antonio, it's affecting the economy in San Antonio. People aren't going out to eat in restaurants. And San Antonio is built of immigrants. You guys go to the restaurants, you guys go shop their businesses and their services, and there's no need for them to be terrorized to go to work every day. These are human beings, these are your neighbors, and these are people that make San Antonio the community that it is and make the city the beautiful city that it is. And having this disgusting detention center in San Antonio in the east side is going to be a stain on all of y'all's legacy. So I ask you guys to please do everything that's in your power, everything that you can, make all the studies, delay this. Just do not allow this detention center to be here in San Antonio. That's it. Thank you.
All right. That is it for 65. If I failed to call you, you didn't sign up. I'm going to go back to the motion of 65. What? What's your name? You signed up for number 9. Lydia signed up for citizens to be heard. Did you want to speak on 65?
Yeah.
You want to speak on 65?
Yes.
Or you want to speak on something else?
Oh, okay, yeah, they're not.
I got people that want to speak for other issues. I'm going to call you up. Also have specifically for 70, agenda item 7, but that's an executive session. So I'm giving you notice that we will not call you up until we go to executive session. I will alert the court that after citizens to be heard, action item on this, finished citizens to be heard, we'll be going to executive session. All right? And then we'll finish out the afternoon. All right, so Commissioner Rodriguez, we're on agenda item 65.
Great. Thank you, Judge. Let me first of all thank everybody that's been here, waited all morning for their time to be heard, and we appreciate that, and we hear you. Let me, at the outset, separate two things, because I heard a few people speak about the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. That is not referred to in the resolution. That is a separate issue. You all know that we were sued by the AG, so we're discussing that in executive session. But I would underscore the importance of that. In fact, that was my initiative back in 2022 to put that money aside. I did not have a crystal ball. I couldn't have envisioned the evil with which this administration is treating people in our community. So I'm thankful for the support of my colleagues on that, and certainly we're going to deliberate that issue separately in executive session. So I just want you to know that. And then as it relates to the resolution, let me just say, because it was referred to as my resolution, this is not my resolution. I know you've seen a couple of different versions of this, but this is a collective resolution. I don't know that we could capture all of the emotion and anger and just the consternation we all have with what's happening in one document with words. Our job is to build consensus here. We attempted to do that by getting input from all precincts, all commissioners, the county judge's office, and this is kind of where we landed. It's not perfect, but I think it expresses where we are in terms of opposing, let's make that clear, opposing this ICE facility in our community. So what are the next steps? I don't know, but rest assured that I think we're all on the same team here. I'm speaking for myself. When I heard the comments, I'm against it in our backyard, and I think we're going to take every legal action that is accessible to us. By the way, this resolution was drafted alongside counsel from our lawyers to make sure that we are directing this in a way that we have actually some actionable course to take. So, again, it's not perfect. We say in government all the time, let's not make perfect be the enemy of good. And so I'm supportive of the resolution moving forward. I'll make that in the form of a motion, Judge. But again, I know this is not the end. We have people that are hurting out there. We have folks in our community who need the legal services. But I think this resolution expresses the concern the court has, not just with what is happening here in San Antonio and Bexar County, but what is happening all over the country in our community. So I look forward to my colleagues' comments. But again, this is a collective effort. Our job on this court, someone mentioned we're a team. We're not always unanimous, but our job is to be consensus builders, and to get anything done, we have to have at least 3 votes. So I'm hopeful that we're all on the same page and we can move this forward, Judge. Thank you.
Commissioner Clay Flores.
I'll second that. And I just want to thank everyone for coming out. And just to be clear, when there are citizens to be heard, we allow you to speak without commenting. So that's why we allowed you to speak without the back and forth engagement. And I want to be clear here who the enemy is. It is the tyrant at the top of the federal ticket that a lot of people did not vote, period, because they believe that their vote doesn't count. So I've been talking about Colon Cancer Awareness Month as I am recovering from colon cancer, and I'm sitting here and I'm exhausted because I'm still recovering. And the color is blue. And if everyone in here and everyone listening mobilizes to turn this state blue, we could have different conversations together. So we need to make sure we exercise our rights to vote. I'm not speaking for my colleagues. I am totally against concentration camps, i.e. the ICE Center. I have people in my own life who have been picked up. And as powerful as I am, as Bexar County Commissioner, there's jack that I can do about it. Because whether you want to understand it or not, we do have jurisdiction and laws. And there's nothing I can do about people in my own personal life who are sitting in detention camps right now. Not to mention my own constituents who are dealing with all of the things that you guys talked about today. What I'm not going to do, for those of you who know me well, some of my constituents, I don't overpromise and underdeliver. So what I'm not going to do is sit here and mislead you and say that I can do something that I don't have the power to do. But I fight like mad for what I can do that is within my power. And we are totally against these concentration camps. For those of you who don't know me and haven't followed me, I don't put everything on social media. I don't post pictures for everything. But during COVID, when we opened up an emergency shelter at the Freeman Coliseum for migrant kids, I was there 3 times a week as a volunteer during worship service for my boys. When the city had the Migrant Resource Center, I was in there every week during the worship service as a volunteer. You won't see that on social media. You won't see pictures. But I live this life, not because I'm commissioner, because I've been doing this my entire life. And regarding the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund, which Commissioner Rodriguez brought to court, which I supported, despite pressure, despite some legal counsel, we, those of us who voted for it, defied the state and their threats to sue us, which we are being sued if you haven't been paying attention. We defied that, and we extended that contract anyway. So we are doing things behind the doors as much as we can. As soon as we heard about this being done, because it's private, and private people who own something can sell whatever they want, unfortunately. But that's the freedom we have in this country. And as soon as we heard about that, we immediately started working with Larry to try and figure out, is this really happening in our backyard? Is there anything we can do? And so we will continue to do as much as we can to fight against this. Many of you said it yourselves. Judge Sakai has talked about it in his own family. And so we need to continue to mobilize. We need to continue to fight because the work is not yet over. But I encourage all of us to bring this energy, to bring everything that was going on, those you know, and let's mobilize and let's turn Texas blue.
No, go.
Judge, I have comments as
Mr.
well.
Moody, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Judge. Obviously, this is an emotional issue for a lot of folks, and hopefully we can get through some of these comments and people can give them some thought. But I think we need to be cautious, first of all, about campaigning from the dais. We also need to be honest with folks. As I will say, Commissioner Clay Flores kind of alluded to, the county really doesn't have much to say at all in this. I think that this is ultimately political posturing and an attempt to look at local regulations or threaten legal proceedings to thwart a federal policy that some disagree with. But I really want to come back to some of the just addressing some of the things we've heard today and that have been out there, right? Because first of all, this is a nationalized issue, but let's bring this home locally and let's talk about some of the details here. First of all, again, I would just caution the use of the language that we continue to hear around this. And I know people get emotional with regard to it, but talking about concentration camps, illegal acts, kidnappings, hunting on the streets, terrorizing, torture, tyrants. These kinds of words have meaning. And they further pour gasoline on the fire of the national debate around what is a balanced policy when it comes to enforcing border security, when it comes to maintaining public safety, which is what we should all want and be focused on. So I would just be cautious about the language that we continue to use on this front. I do want to bring back some history here. First of all, I think it's important to know that Immigration and Naturalization Services have been in San Antonio since 1933. Is anybody born in 1933? Before 1933? 94 years they've been in San Antonio. ICE, created in 2003, has been in San Antonio ever since, 23 years. Through Republican administrations, Democrat administrations, through both. I mean, it's also important, if we want to talk about facts and details, President Obama, during his 8 years, deported 2.7 million individuals. Immigration advocates.
Let's have order, please. Order, please.
Many immigration advocates called him the deporter-in-chief at the time. Somebody made a reference today to World War II internment camps, and clearly history is important. We need to learn from history. But also, with quick information search, you can see the stark contrast, because 2/3 of those Japanese Americans were U.S. citizens. Completely different history, and we should highlight the differences that we're talking about with the enforcement of immigration policy today. I want to highlight something. So I'm not sure if anybody in the room, except for me, has actually talked to the local ICE director. I won't put everyone on the spot, but I kind of doubt it. I reached out, sat down with, had multiple discussions to understand what they are doing in Bexar County and in our region. All right? And what they highlighted for me were they have 4 priorities. Those priorities have remained largely unchanged. The first priority is national security. The second priority is public safety, removing criminals. The third priority is immigration law violators, those who have final orders of removal and have challenged those and refused to leave the country after an immigration court has determined that they are in fact to remove themselves from the country. And finally, the fourth category is border security. So those are their priorities. I would just offer to my colleagues too on the court, if any of you would like to sit down and hear firsthand about current operations that ICE has, their priorities, and what they have accomplished in Bexar County, I think it would be helpful in better understanding the overall situation. And I'd be happy to arrange that. Let me just read some of the stats that I did get from the fourth quarter, which is the last quarter they had of total stats in terms of arrests made in Bexar County. So of 160 arrests criminality, 34 were convicted criminals, 19 had pending criminal charges, and 107 other immigration violations. Come from 10 different countries: Chile, China, Colombia, Cuba, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Hungary, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Now let's talk about the actual charges that those group of individuals who have been detained and removed by ICE had. 17 assault charges, 1 burglary charge, damaged property, 9 dangerous drug charges, forgery, general crimes, 35 immigration crimes, invasion of privacy, 5, larceny, 15, liquor, 5, obstructing the police, 8. I mean, it goes on and on. Weapons offenses, 6. So it's important to understand, with the second priority being public safety and removal of criminals, what exactly our local ICE agents are doing to try to keep our community safe. And I think we can't get past that. As I said previously in court, that does not say that anybody's above the law. And ultimately, we need to trust the legal process to play out in cases where there are violations of law through our court system, and let that play out through our constitutional and federal system the way it's set up. But again, the federal government is responsible for the enforcement of immigration law. It's not Bexar County's responsibility or place, and we should allow those legal challenges to play out, as I just said. But if individuals disagree with that policy, they have every right to have their voice heard, whether that's here in Commissioner's Court, at City Hall, or calling your federal representatives, congressmen and women, senators, the White House. But ultimately, I think a lot of this is political posturing, setting the stage for a belief that Bexar County has any role in this or any responsibility or ability to change the outcome of a federal agency's decision. It should also just be clear that this is also not helpful as we continue to work with the federal government on many other important investments in Bexar County, to include the Defense Health Agency, to include Air Force Cyber, to include other upgrades to Joint Base San Antonio, to include a VA hospital, all important needs of our community. And when we are out there using the words that we are using in this debate, it is not helpful to those other conversations that are important to the future of our community. Thank you.
Mr. Calvert?
I'd like to hear from all my colleagues first, and then I'd like to reserve the right to hear the last word. Judge, did you have any comments?
I'm yielding to you. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you to everyone who came. It was very important that this court hear from you today. I think a barometer of where our community wants us to be at was just seen in the March primaries. Record turnout happened because people are up in arms about what the Trump administration is doing to us, and they want to see local leadership act in a strong way. I think your voices amplified those electoral marches that people took to the polls to express their opposition to where the country is headed. There is a saying, the devil never sleeps, and that appears to be alive and well in the way that the Trump administration has victimized not only immigrants, but American citizens. But I also know that neither does God. God never sleeps, and the light never sleeps. And I think that was emblematic of your presence, those of you who spoke on this issue today. I think you are representing the light that no longer can we as elected officials just think that things are normal, that we have to take extraordinary measures to protect this democracy, our freedom, and that is why 2 weeks ago, I traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with numerous legal groups who had differing opinions in the district attorney's office about our ability to have legal recourse. I don't agree with some of my colleagues who say that there's nothing we can do. I don't agree that there is no environmental law that can be held accountable with the administration. And I don't think the Attorney General of Maryland agrees. That's why he filed a lawsuit based upon NEPA. And I think others will be filing other litigation. What we have seen is a federal overreach. The administration has overreached on numerous issues, whether it was tariffs, where the courts pushed back and the court said you went too far. If you had just listened to the establishment, White House and media machine, everything was in regular order. And if the business community hadn't sued the administration and others, consumer protection groups, they would have kept on with their federal overreach. And so tomorrow morning, I have a legal briefing from a very excited group of lawyers in Washington, D.C., who will outline where they think the legal teeth are for Bexar County to move forward. So whether or not the Commissioners Court ascribed itself or anchored itself to legal action, I was not going to allow our community, our county, to go unrepresented in the courts where we can find justice. We will pursue that with or without the participation of Bexar County. It would be much better to have Bexar County, but we can pursue things with or without Bexar County. We can have plaintiffs from the community, businesses impacted by their lower property values, communities and schools impacted by the trauma and other standing that they may have. So I can vote for this resolution because it does give the smallest of openings for the county to participate in legal action. And there are attorneys willing to communicate to the court what the legal theories that they believe the county could take, and so long as the court is willing to hear them in executive session, give them a fair hearing, and make a decision, this resolution allows for the ways that we equalize the playing field in Trump's America, which is through the courts. The Trump administration has been beaten back in the courts time after time after time, just like we're beating Kim Paxton in the lawsuit over the Immigration Defense Fund. I will work with my colleagues to see if we can put that on the next agenda for identifying funding to continue that. And I want to thank them for their support going in that direction. This particular warehouse was built by Hunt Realty Investments and a subsidiary company, Oakmont. This Oakmont group and Hunt divested itself just a mere months, I think, because of how high profile these detention centers are. The very famous Hunt family, who helps run the Republican Party out of Fort Worth, didn't want their fingers on it. But let me rest assured, we are going to probe into the Hunt family's link to building this, their link to Project 2025, and most sickeningly is their link to redeveloping the Coliseum and Frost Bank Center. They were awarded a contract by the Coliseum Advisory Board in the county to master plan the east side. That is unacceptable. If their hands were a part of this detention center, they planned for this years in advance. We will not be fooled. We will not be fooled, and we will not be fools for people to come into our community and think they can stomp on us and run all over us. If the information proves otherwise, it proves otherwise. But so far, it looks very, very bad in terms of the connectivity in that regard. So I am going to vote in favor of this resolution because we need to be on the record to move forward in some way, because we need to get to court and we need to get to action. But regardless of whether the Commissioners Court believes they have any legal recourse around NEPA, around the Navy WEXMAC, let me just say this about the Navy WEXMAC. We are Military City, USA, and it is a special import for this Bexar County Commissioners Court and the City of San Antonio and any other legal jurisdiction to uphold the principle that the military not seep into domestic actions. This is what Hitler did in World War II. He got the military involved in domestic actions. The Worldwide Expeditionary Multi-Assistance Contract, WEXMAC, that was used by the Navy was given an expansion in 2025 for working in the continental United States. This was all planned as part of Project 2025. But the law that Congress laid out indicated that that was supposed to be for certain triggers connected to humanitarian assistance, disasters, not long-term immigration enforcement. That is a potential overreach that should be litigated in a court of law. That is something that as military county and military city, we need to make sure that we hold the line to ensure that federal overreach of these contracting laws is not going forward. And I believe that we will have interested legal authorities who believe that as well. This has been an important dialogue about our freedom, about our country, about this democracy, about our local government, about the influence of powers that be in politics. But it is important now to move forward to the courts. I do not want to give anyone a false sense either that there is more than we can do. But I also don't want to give up on what we can do while we can still do it. And I think that's important, that we act because we have our country at stake. And the truth of the matter is, we can hold the line. We can potentially delay. And make no doubt, this is extremely political. The fact that the administration said that they would not open this facility until November is an indicator that they are aware of how angry these facilities are making communities. They know that in Texas, which is in place statewide, that if they have stories about the children who have lights on. I just met with a Venezuelan woman in Dilley who told me that her child still does not sleep to this day overnight. Her child was given vegetables with worms and rotten food. The lights were left on like the torture we did to Vietnam veteran soldiers, like it was happening in Afghanistan, like happened in Guantanamo Bay. And there is no reason that we should expect that they're going to do any different when they open the San Antonio facility. They make it ice cold. There are kids running around with flu, with all kinds of measles, with all kinds of communicable diseases. And this commissioner's court also has oversight over every environmental regulation that TCEQ can enforce. We do not ever enforce them, but we do have the same environmental enforcement authority as the TCEQ. And I submit that the city has a responsibility with respect to withholding power and water until there is adequate bathrooms and adequate medical and adequate public health and safety standards established for the habitation of individuals. We don't want it at all. We don't need it. We have had procurement processes that probably have been overreached and not dealt with by the federal government. Shortcuts were made. And I think it takes courts to figure out where those shortcuts were made and what is the redress. The residents in our community have worked really hard to try to improve the Rigsby 410 area. We are just beginning to gain momentum of things that we have never had. But there are NEPA studies that the federal government has conducted in the past when they build federal detention centers that they didn't do for our community that indicate that property values lower by as much as 9%. And when you have a lowering of property values, the courts give you takings. They give you the right to be compensated for your lower property values. And our property owners deserve nothing less than for us to fight to ensure that all laws are followed. And if we can stop it, we will. If we can delay it, we should. And with that, I thank you, Judge and Commissioners Court.
Let me make clear where I stand. I have publicly condemned the killing of Renee Nicole Good by ICE. I have publicly condemned the killing by ICE of Alex Preddy. I publicly condemned the Asian U.S. citizen dragged out of his house without a court warrant. I publicly condemned the incarceration of Liam Ramos and his father in Dili, and recognized the power of community who, with the outroar, was able, through Congressman Joaquin Castro, to get at least that child and that father back home. Obviously, there are many, many more people being affected by the violation of the Constitution in regards to immigrants. This court has taken a strong stance that everyone, by the Constitution, is entitled to legal protection, due process. And that's the reason why we have supported the immigration legal services that we have provided for all children and families, especially in this time of need. So today, I absolutely stand in opposition to the ICE detention facility in San Antonio. And with that, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you all very much. We will continue the citizens to be heard under 970. We're going to come do that after we get out, and then we'll go into executive session. Lydia Leos. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Can we ask the crowd to, if you're either, we got citizens to be heard, either please exit or have a seat, please. Okay, Lydia, let's go.
My name is Lydia Leos. I'm the founder of Voices Behind the Cell, mother of Julian Dena. Good morning, Judge Peter Sakai and Commissioners. My name is Lydia Leos. I am the mother of Julian, who died while in custody at the Bexar County Sheriff's Office Jail. After my son passed away, Julian became an organ donor, and through the gift of someone else being able to receive life, even in death, my son helped another human being live. That is the kind of person Julian was. I am here today on behalf of Voices Behind the Cell and on behalf of families who endured unimaginable pain of losing loved ones while they were in government custody. I understand that the issue I am raising today may not appear as a specific action on today's agenda, but the families who live with losses need the need for transparency, compliance, and accountability cannot wait for the right agenda item. I stand here not only for my son, but those who have been forgotten, overlooked, and reduced to statistics. My son Julian was not a number. He was a human being. He was loved, and he mattered. And like many families, we have to carry our grief while also fighting for our loved ones' names alive, keeping their names alive, and to seek answers from the systems responsible for their care. Recently, another tragedy has brought concerns. On February 7, 2026, 59-year-old woman inside the Bexar County Jail was violently attacked by her cellmate. She had been arrested on a low-level charge of failure to identify. She later died from the injuries she suffered. The tragedy raises serious questions that families have been asking. Were proper safeguards in place? Were mental health needs properly assessed? Were housing decisions made safely? Was detention standards followed? And when failures occur, why do families have to struggle so hard to obtain transparency? This is not one case. This is not about one case. It's about a pattern that deserves attention. Public trust cannot exist without accountability. Compliance with detention standards cannot simply be assumed. And transparency cannot be optional when lives are lost. Families who have lost loved ones in custody should not be ignored or left searching for answers. I am asking Bexar County leadership to do better, not only in words but in action. We need real transparency. When death occurs in custody, accountability. When detention standards fail, stronger safeguards for vulnerable individuals, especially those experiencing mental health crisis. Respectful engagement with the families who are left behind. I am here today because my son's life mattered. The life of others who have died while in custody mattered. And families who continue to speak out matter. Our loved ones are not numbers, they are names. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak during public comment, and the voices of the families can be heard.
Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you.
Molly. Molly, did you leave? She left. Molly? All right. Dr. Chris Weldy? You signed up on number 9.
My second time up. So I didn't plan to speak the first time. I just wanted to add clarity to the issue with what we were voting on. Now it really is well into the afternoon.
Can I just, don't doctor time, but Kathy Stein, are you still here? Are you yielding your time to Dr. Weldy? So there's Kathy Stein yielding to Dr. Weldy. Go ahead, Dr. Weldy.
Okay, good afternoon. So I want to give you a little bit of background. I recently retired after 41 years as a federal civil servant, working for the Department of Defense. And during that time, I was responsible for some oversight at the headquarters for family and child programs, but I also did audits, inspections, and certification visits. So that's going to be important later when I'm going to be talking about my experience as an election worker, and specifically with the last election. So again, want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the election administration in Bexar County. The right to vote is one of the most fundamental rights in our democracy, and ensuring elections are administered fairly, efficiently, and transparently is one of the most important responsibilities of local government. I also want to recognize the tremendous work of election workers and volunteers who helped administer the recent elections, some of whom are in the audience now. Maintaining public confidence, though, requires that we review what worked, what didn't work, and where improvements can be made. So I want to share my observations as a poll worker. I was one of those who worked a long 16-hour day. Some of my colleagues at that same site ended up working 17 or 18 hours. But more importantly, I want to ensure, especially in light of what's happening in our country, that we do everything we can to have our own house in order here in Bexar County. So I'm going to start with 7 main things that I observed this election, one of which was very long voter wait times at some locations, not all locations, and some of that was due to insufficient voting machines, some technical issues. I know at my location we had technical issues from the very beginning. We called back to the main office. We were given a number of tech support. It was the wrong number, so we were calling this unanswered number until somebody eventually showed up. It appears, based on talking to some of my colleagues, that there's not a good process to know what historical attendance was at some sites, so to make sure that there's some proper distribution of the machines. The second thing that came up as issues, and it was really a concern for many voters, is they showed up panicked that their vote might not count because they had not received their mail-in ballot, meaning they had requested a mail-in ballot, never received it. So I think this calls for a look as to what broke down. You know, why did that break down, and why was it because of internal issues at the Bexar County Elections Office? Was it related to the fact that Texas State had, the Secretary office had delays in getting registration cards out? In fact, I don't think they ever got out right before election. That's what we heard. And so, but there wasn't an internal change whereby the county hired a third-party vendor to distribute mail order ballots. So again, we need to look at that. We just need to see why, what broke down. We also heard reports of people mailing in their completed ballots, but it not showing up at the Secretary of State's site. So meaning they went in to see, is my vote counted? It wasn't. Again, some confusion there. So in order to ensure their vote counted, they asked to vote provisionally, though they knew they had mailed their vote in to ensure their vote counts. Again, this is where I think we need to see what broke down, hold the state responsible if they were responsible for the delay in reporting. We had a very high number of provisional ballots. I've heard in the thousands. I know at my site, compared to previous times I worked, some sites actually ran out of the forms for provisional ballot, like meaning people showed up, they waited, they were told they needed to vote provisionally, and unfortunately some of those people left. They lost their opportunity to vote because we weren't prepared. Some voters who register or got registered to vote when they got their driver's license were not showing up in the system. So again, we need to see what broke down. The Texas state is responsible, I believe, to make sure that pipeline flows to the elections department. What happened? This was especially concerning for me when I saw first-time voters who we had to say, sorry, we can't find you in the system. Now, in some cases, we found them in the system that suggested that there was a backlog at the Bexar County Elections Office, meaning they eventually found it, they found an application. So again, this is just something that needs to be investigated. So the other thing I wanted to mention is just general support for poll workers. I know that I called several times to the office, emailed several times to get a response, even finally called and said, am I going to have to drive down, which I did, to get an answer to the question that I needed. So again, I've already mentioned the long hours that people work. We've just got to make sure, it's tough to get poll workers, we've got to make sure that they're supported properly. Apparently, there were some issues at the end. So after working a 16-hour day, I'm waiting to see the results, and I'm like, why are the results taking so long to come in? And from what I understand, there were some delays with the tabulation software because of issues with our, with software that needs to be upgraded. So again, we need to look at that. We need to be ready for November. And we need to make sure that we have processes in place to make sure audits and checks of equipment and things like that are done. So with that being said, I do have...
Time has expired.
Okay.
Wrap it up.
All right. I have recommendations. I'll leave them for you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Molly, come on.
It'll be super quick, super quick.
What? Go ahead.
Seconds.
Go ahead, Molly.
Commissioner Calvert and I, and a few other organizations and individuals, we were blessed to have 4 back-to-back meetings directly with you, sir, about establishing bold solutions, eliminating houselessness to zero, or at least very close to zero, where the nonprofits, it's just to a manageable amount of people that are nonprofits and our organizations can assist with unhoused residents' needs. That presentation polished by you, Mr. Holler and Ms. Jackson and I, we shopped it around to all of your staffs. And we spoke directly with Commissioner Rodriguez, which you had said that it was such a good, bold solution at eliminating homelessness that you even thought it would be good to do a pilot program. Remember you told me that? So I just have a question. I understand your staff, each of you, your staff had given you a summary of that meeting. It's been a year, so I'm sure you've been summarized by your staff about what we all talked about, Commissioner Calvert's staff and myself. So I just have a question. Where are we on the pallet home villages that Commissioner Calvert introduced with Terry Castillo in that press conference that I, with Mr. Holler and Ms. Jackson, talked to all of your staff? I'm sorry, Judge, that you didn't win, because that would have been awesome to go forward with this project with you. I don't know where Ron Nierenberg is on this, if he beats the other folks that are running. But anyway, I'm asking at least Commissioner Rodriguez and Commissioner Clay Flores, where are you standing at? If you read the summary from your staff, do you are you along with Commissioner Calvert? And I understand Commissioner Moody's staff also expressed positive reviews. So we got nothing but positive reviews from all 5 of you, our staff members. A little bit surprised from Commissioner Moody because I, as an experienced person, admitted that his district has the most amount of discrete homeless people that you don't know are homeless, but his district has most of them. His staff was like, you know. So where are we on this Pallet Home Village eliminating homelessness type of package? That's what I'm asking all of y'all. So pressure's on by Molly again.
Thank you, Molly. All right, Christina? No last name. Christina? Once, twice, 3 times. All right. All right, so at this time, that concludes. Yes, Steve?
I didn't understand what you said earlier, Your Honor. Are you going to make us wait, or can we?
Well, yes, because 70, and we have a group, is going to be discussed in executive. That's why we're going to executive, and then we'll come back out. So we're going to go ahead, and at this time, I'm calling for a recess. Let's take a break, but I'll ask that we come back into executive session. So, what's that? Yes. And so let me just put on the record, the time is now 1:17 p.m. In executive session, items may be discussed and acted upon if appropriate in open session. 551.071, consultation with attorney for advice regarding A, pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offers in the matter Schott versus Bexar County, State of Texas versus Bexar County. B, matters in which the duty of the attorney of the government body and the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of State Bar clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Government Code, specifically 1, legal issues related to the ongoing condemnation process involving property at 4715 Fredericksburg Road, owned by Hanover Partnership Investment. 2, legal issues arising from the motor vehicle accident, a Precinct 3 constable and the related litigation, Garcia versus Bexar County, in cause number 25 CI 19665, including the scope and application of relevant exclusion under the Bexar County Law Enforcement Coverage Policy. 3, legal issues related to certain unlawful traffic citations issued by the use of automated traffic enforcement systems by the Constable Precinct 3. 4, legal issues related to the proposed agreement, South Texas Regional Advisory Council, STRAC, a 501c3 nonprofit tax-exempt member organization. Also 551.0725, deliberation regarding contract being negotiated to deliberate business and financial issues related to the negotiation of a memorandum of understanding or similar document proposed to be negotiated between Bexar County, a Texas political subdivision, the Coliseum Advisory Board, and San Antonio Livestock Exposition, a Texas nonprofit corporation related to the redevelopment, revitalization of the Freeman Coliseum complex grounds and facilities, so long as before convening the closed meeting. 1, the court votes unanimously that deliberating in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court, negotiations with third persons, and the attorney advising the court issues a written determination that deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the court in negotiation with third persons. And finally, personnel matters under 551.074, legal issues related to review of certain personnel issues in the Bexar County Military and Veterans Service Office, including discussion of personnel matters related to the Bexar County Veterans Service Officer. I need advice, counsel. Do we need to get a vote in regards to the discussion of the MOU? Do we have to go back to open? Okay, so we need to go, I call a recess, but let's.
On the MOU
On the record now, take a vote, go into executive. In order to discuss the MOU. So what is the motion? The motion needs to be what? That all the members agree to go into executive to discuss the MOU.
I'll agree as long as we bring our lunches in.
Yeah.
I make that in the form of a motion.
All right, motion by Commissioner Rodriguez, second by Commissioner Clay Flores. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to discuss the MOU in executive session, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? It is unanimously carried. We'll discuss that matter in executive session, and then we'll take action if necessary in open. So at this time, the time is now 1:20 p.m. Let us recess. We'll come back and bring our lunches back to the dais, and we'll take up and just go through executive session. But I'm taking a little break and get lunch ready. So at this time, I'll ask the courtroom clear. We don't know. We don't know how long it'll take to do.